Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Dark Souls Remastered, the Prepared Lore Edition. Yesterday we didn't actually end up finishing off with the Duke's Archives, so we did everything up until the Crystal Forest and going to fight Seath. We finished off sending Sieglinde to Firelink Shrine, which we might need to go over there now just to talk to her. And then later on we should be able to find Siegmeyer down in Lost Izalith. And when we go finish up through here, we're going to go to Blighttown to see Quelana and maybe do the things with Laurentius before going further. So I hope everybody's doing well today. Effervescent, welcome in. You said, how many times am I going to fall off getting the Blue Titanite slab? Let's find out. Probably a lot with my track record with falling and rolling. Okay, so this should be Sieglinde this time. Ascension, welcome in. Alexander, nice to have you again. Elda, you're on time for once. Katie and Emlyn, welcome all in. Glad to have you all in again. So I think I don't remember if I saved it, but I don't think it should be... I don't think her dialogue should be something I need like a lot of footage of, so I'm not going to worry about it. Shiolo it.
Oh, hello again. We're both managing quite well.
I just realized I forgot to hit record. I was like, man, it feels like I'm forgetting something. Okay, that's fine. This'll be... At least I noticed it now instead of, like, continuing on through the game. Alright, we should be good to go now. D4C, welcome in. Hi, Shemai.
Oh, hello again. We're both managing quite well, aren't we? But I haven't found my father yet. Have you seen him? Really? Then I must be off. I'm sorry he's caused you trouble. He has a knack for that. If you just stay put.
No, I actually don't remember if I need to go to Blighttown to check.
Really? Then I'm sorry he's caused...
If she's there before he goes to Lost Izalith, or in the interim, rather. At the very least, we can check that the Blighttown area out before we go into Lost Izalith. Kill two birds with one stone. I'm pretty sure she isn't there, but I just don't fully remember. I think we need to initiate the stuff with her father. Effervescent says, have you gone to see Siegmeyer in Blighttown? Yeah, so we did that a few streams ago. We gave him the moss, so he should have moved to Lost Izalith. So part of the reason we're going to do the Izalith stuff closer to last is to make it a little bit easier to save scum for Solaire stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much the main reason. So we already talked to Logan. He still has one spell that we didn't purchase, because we tried to purchase it from him before, but apparently he only moves after Seath has been killed. So the reason why I have him here still with the one spell that we haven't purchased, that's weird, is because I was wondering if he would say something after you bought all of the spells and Seath was dead, something more specific. So we'll do that once we get rid of the Scaleless monster. The voice actor is really nice. I do like how even with Sieglinde, her voice is muffled by the helmet. Oh. Ooh, I couldn't roll. That was dangerous. Ray G, welcome in. You said, hey TLP, you're freaking free, man. The old bag wants a divorce, so you moved out last night. Feels really good, man. I mean, glad you're happy, but I'm also sorry to hear that. It's unfortunate that kind of came to that point, I suppose. But welcome into the stream. She sounds so adorable. Why am I cleaning these out? We already... Ooh, that was actually close. We already got all the treasures here since we got Sieglinde. There's nothing over there. We picked up the crystal armor set and looked at that yesterday. So this kind of beginning portion of the forest is kind of cleared out. We didn't go over there where the one is in the distance. We could check that out, even though I'm pretty confident there's not much over there. That okay? I was like, was that a treasure? No, it's totally the golem. That's what I thought. Thanks, the playthrough's been a blast. I'm glad to hear it. Oh damn, the range on that was golden. Wasn't trying to do that. Well, it kind of worked out. Oh, that was really awkward, but somehow it worked out. Not gonna take chances with that anymore. Right, so there's really not much over here. You can't even like scale the little crystals because of the invisible walls. Maybe you can like do some jumping mechanics and get over there, but I don't think it'll really matter. As we come in closer, we can see that the trees leading into this cavernous area are covered with crystals, probably due to Seath's magic. Binoculars away, maybe, as I always forget. And as we look ahead, it's just kind of a blue landscape. Guess I didn't really need to narrate that, you guys can see it. It's also kind of glowy, like misty. I mean, this is probably more of like environmental particle effects, and it might not be fully related to the lore, but maybe since like the crystals are related to souls and everything like that, we could interpret the mist as being maybe not souls specifically, but probably something similar. So that golem can be a jerk, especially on like the newer Game Plus cycles. You see a dev note down there in the distance because we're offline. And we can use the faces of these crystals to kind of scale down below into the cavern. Blank, welcome back in. You said the boss fight with Seath is horrible poor. Seath deserved better. I'm going to develop a new speedrun strat with these crystals. The mist is just mist because it's cold. I almost walked off. You guys almost got me. And as we come in, we hear some sound effects of twinkling crystals, and we can see that there's these falling particle effects, which are supposed to hint that there is invisible paths because they kind of abruptly stop in the air. So coming into the crystal caverns is pretty trippy because other than those effects, you really don't have much visual indication of where you can go. Didn't mean to drop down that far, even though this one doesn't go anywhere, but it'll give us a good vantage point. Things like this monster over here, it's a Moonlight butterfly, the same kind that we've encountered in the Darkroot Garden. So I think there's 3 in this area total, and killing them really doesn't give much in the way of rewards. I think you just get like souls, you don't even get something like Twinkling Titanite. And over there in the distance, we can see another piss golem. Freaking 2-shot, nice. You hope she was the rich one and they left everything. Well, I mean, as long as it allows you guys to be happy, sometimes it's better to be separate and go your own ways. So if we attack this Moonlight butterfly, it's kind of going to be a mistake because I don't really have a lot of ranged attacks. Figures. So when we examine them closely, they don't really look anything like humans. The horns themselves are supposed to be what like holds their magic power, I guess. And what exactly they're made out of, we don't really know. Just based on what we have learned about Seath and his experimentations, we can assume that these are humans, transformed humans. My headcanon is like his transformation, or him transforming people into crystal butterflies and pisakas might have to do with soul transmutation, since that gets attributed to him by Ornifex and Dark Souls 2. Since like transmutation can alter the properties of something, that kind of makes sense to me. Let's get a little bit more footage of the butterfly. because there's kind of a lot to talk about with Seath and like the crystals and all this stuff. Its wings kind of remind me more of a moth, although that I suppose that really isn't too relevant. Oh, that circle thing is actually linked into its back, and it like spins almost like a wind-up key. I don't exactly think that's what it is. It's just I almost would have thought that it was like floating behind it, kind of like a Bahamut in Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy X especially. It's kind of interesting that it's like in its back actually. Yeah, you can easily slip on the crystal. Seriously, it'll screw you up. Seems like a symbol of the moon. It has to do with Gwendolyn. Yeah. So as Alexander's kind of getting towards, I do think that there probably is meant to be an implicit connection between Gwendolyn, these kind of crystal butterflies, illusory magic, sorceries, and all this other stuff. I guess further on in the playthrough, I'll need to upgrade some of the other weapons to show off what they can transform into with the boss weapons. Because I think it's the... Wait, I don't think I ever read Logan's Catalyst now that I think about it. And that might tie into this here. I don't remember... Oh no, because we killed him the one time. Okay. And then he'll give it to us later. So maybe I just didn't read it the first time we killed him. Because he has like the tin crystallization catalyst. So maybe I read it, maybe I didn't. Sorry for trailing off there. So I do think there might be those kind of connections between Gwendolyn, the Moonlight butterflies, crystals, and soul magic. Part of what I was going to talk about in relation to the catalysts was that Gwendolyn's Dark Moon Banishing Catalyst doesn't scale off of... Is it faith? To cast miracles? Or maybe he uses faith... Oh yeah, that's it, what it is. I think that if I remember correctly, they use faith to cast sorceries, which is kind of antithetical to how sorceries work. So part of... Or no, maybe it's intelligence for miracles. I don't remember. I do know it's flip-flopped, but I don't know which way. Let me try to look it up real quick. Catalyst born from the soul of the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, Dark Moon deity who watches over the abandoned city of the gods and Orlando. Gwendolyn is Gwyn's lastborn and a legitimate god, but he's also a moon sorcerer, and this wand is boosted by faith, not intelligence. Okay, so with that being said, I feel like since Gwendolyn uses sorceries instead of miracles, that kind of ties him closer to Seath, because Seath is the kind of a godfather of sorcery, so to speak, and with Gwendolyn being a kind of deity which is represented by the moon, I feel like that ties into the Moonlight butterfly and things like that. Let me catch up with you guys. Effervescent said, does Seath make the clan people too? That's a really good question. I don't think we have enough information to say either way. Part of the reason why it's more doubtful is because we can encounter those clams down in the Ash Lake, which is probably a place that I should visit maybe before going to Lost Izalith. No, going to Lost Izalith first makes sense. There's really no reason to go there early. Foxy says, you thought it was floating too? You didn't realize it was plugged in like a wind-up clock? Yeah, so that was kind of cool to see. Katie says, your expansion for invisible crystals is something like that? Miyazaki, invisible floors would be cool to have in a level. Let's put them in. Could be. It would be really interesting when it comes to Ash Lake, though. Otako, welcome back in. You said the angels in Dark Souls 3 kind of look like the butterflies. Yeah, and that's a good point, too. When we look at some of the characters' transformations in Dark Souls 3, they are insect-like, insectoid, however you want to say that. And so, despite what experiment Seath might have done, I guess there is a kind of a implicit connection between humans and bugs and all that. And with humanity often described with language that's similar to bugs, I guess it isn't too much of a stretch as to why people can turn into butterflies or pilgrims or like the insectoid maggot creatures in the Cathedral of the Deep. Gwendolyn uses faith for sorcery, thank you. Effervescent says, the things that attack you during the Dragon Slayer armor fight? Not likely. Those things are actually huge, you just don't see them up close. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's also the pilgrim butterflies, which I was forgetting about. So even more connections between quote unquote butterflies and people. Wynn has faith in his family and duty. Alexander says, by the way, going back to your comments on miracles in the last stream, in DS2, the miracle teacher says to cast miracles, you need strong faith in the gods. And she talks of the pages like they just refer to God. She doesn't believe in the gods very much. She's just greedy, etc. So you can't cast miracles unless you believe in the gods themselves, not just the passages of the miracles as read. So, I mean, I feel like when you take characters' dialogues like that, you should take it with a grain of salt. I believe that's what that character strongly believes. But I feel as though it's really just a belief in general. I don't think you have to have belief in God specifically. And part of my rationale for that is in Dark Souls 3, it mentions that the Tales of the Deep or darkness kind of transformed former miracles. And the deep is kind of antithetical to gods. So it doesn't make sense that miracles can be altered or manifested only through belief in the gods when deep miracles kind of run counter to that. But thank you for your comments. So if you spec faith, you're a filthy Gwyn lover, while pyromancy is power from within yourself. Freesun says, those in-faith swapping catalysts are cool in concept, but kind of pointless except for low-level miracles and sorceries, since they don't change the normal minimum requirements to tune them. Okay. Alexander says, seriously though, you do believe pyromancy is the power from within yourself, when miracles are an outside source of power. Yeah, so that's kind of how I've been kind of describing it in my head, as like the main difference between them. Alright. So this dev note is to obviously encourage people to step out over a cliff, which is like the last thing you ever want to do in a regular Dark Souls cycle. Path ahead. So you can just follow the little twinkling things. Here, it's really easy to do. Further on, it gets a bit more confusing, like over that way. So, I mean, I'll probably die a few times just because of how tricky / annoying this area can be. That was a poor trade. Oh, okay, only 3 hits. I don't remember if that one respawns. Maybe that one doesn't. Maybe the golden ones don't. And as we look down... Damn it. As we look down further, we can see another Moonlight butterfly and the wings of another. So I think this one, I don't remember if it automatically becomes aggressive or if it needs to like hit you. Coming into this next area, you kind of want to run, otherwise you might slide off that crystal. And right behind us, you gotta kind of YOLO run to get some of these crystal lizards. We get the third one? No, I think I missed it. So I might reload. Roll him a little bit. Again, DS3 lore is messed up, to be honest. It's like DS1 Remix All-Stars. Discover the flame of your passion, believe in yourself, incinerate your enemies. Pretty much. What? Oh, well, I guess I'm not going to worry about it too much. So that's one, like, this way is the way forward, and it's really not too bad. Watch me fall off later for having said that. And then coming up this way is where you can go get the Titanite chunk that I think you guys were talking about. So one of the things that I do is I just kind of run to like the last portion where I see the things fall. And so this part gets a bit dicey because it turns. I don't know exactly where the safe footing is. And one way to mitigate that is to use the prism stones, which I was just being a little bit stubborn, I suppose, and I could have been safer. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't rest over at Archive Bonfire, so we'll need to remember to do that this time. And Black Bloom, welcome back in. You said DS3 maybe had more concise plot originally, but the rewrites made it a mess, or maybe the plot was always a mess. I feel like they don't really go through much plot oversight up until things are getting close to the end. Like, they probably have general ideas, and then they just write things to make what they put in the game make sense. And I'm kind of using that term, making sense, a bit liberally there. And Reson asks if I've ever played any of the DS3 mods. No. So I don't have DS3 on the computer, so I haven't played any Dark Souls 3 mods. And honestly, I don't really feel the desire to play them. Not that like I have anything against the mods. The only thing that I'd really want would be like a dev cam or maybe like God mode. Just for the hell of it. Just screw around a bit more. Right. In the current state, at least, DS3 lore and story don't fit together in a satisfying package. I think that the Pus of Men end up super thrown aside. I don't know. Like, yes and no. I do understand, like, the dissatisfaction with what became of the Pus of Men, though. But I do feel like when we were looking at the stuff with the DLC and the Millwood armor, that when they're talking about the Abyss Dragon, I feel like they were probably talking about the Pus of Men. Which, it doesn't add a whole lot, honestly, but at least it's a little bit more, depending on how you read it. I could just drop down faster, but I don't want to take the fall damage. Not that it should matter. Okay, so the P Golem doesn't respawn. I thought, because I didn't remember having to always fight it. The first little pathway is easy, because it's just a straightaway. When you run on this section, it's easier to overcome like little falling thing. I'm surprised it hit it. Well, not too much in the way of a reward, but better than nothing. Let's not fall off, though. I feel like it's a lie. Let's go ahead and equip our Prism Stones this time. I wish you could like throw them out a little bit further though, because they're kind of annoying with how they work. Should have remembered that. That spot's safe, and so you get like 1 or 2 steps that you can go. Next. Okay. So if I remember correctly, it goes back more this way and then it connects in someplace else. So I think if we like step this way, it's certain death. This is the way that it actually lays out. So I think if I remember correctly, it's like straight away from here. Go where we see the crap falling now. And then I'm pretty confident we're safe. Don't want to risk it though. Okay, so yeah, it's like slopes down a little bit. And we get our slab. So there's nothing else over here, as cool as it is. And then there's like a dummy path going the other way. Looks like YouTube's a little bit dying on me. Let me check my settings. No, it's just YouTube's side then. The flow of the plot itself is convoluted and Lothric. Very well said, Will Garland, and also welcome to the stream. So I might die on the way back, which, I mean, it'll be a little bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Getting this lab is the difficult portion. And then finding where the path turns. So like it forks off in like a Y pattern here. I think we can just run that way. Guess we can't. Okay. Brisson disagrees. To you, Dark Souls 3 brought things full circle. Black Bloom says, it's like the game starts you on a plot about the world falling apart, turning it into black monsters. Oh, I forgot to rest at the archives again. Goldfish memory while streaming. Feels bad, man. It's like the game starts you on a plot about the world falling apart and turning into black monsters, and then you go on a side quest for most of the game. Yeah, I can see what you mean about that for sure. Especially with the stuff with Gale. And, at the very least, they're like, hey, return the lords to the throne, and then they're like, Lothric is a silly place. I've changed my mind. Happens? Okay. Effervescent says, firm warning to all DS3 PC players, there's actually a bunch of hackers going around and invading people and forcing them into New Game Plus, which will soft ban you too. Holy crap. That's some big brain evil stuff right there. They turned into dragons at the end, and then what did it do? Friendly reminded everyone watching to smash that like button if you enjoy LP's content. Thank you. Maybe I should have like reminders about that. I don't know. And then I need to have like a clickbait random oh whoa face in the thumbnails. To be fair, like, I mean, my one Bloodborne story explained video is definitely like clickbaity, but I think it kind of works because oof, getting myself stuck here. Probably gonna get smacked by a golem and die. So I was saying, like, obviously, like, that first video title is, like, super clickbaity. I do think it provides a perspective that many people wouldn't have encountered normally, so also it helped grow the channel. You gotta do what you gotta do to make the algorithm work for you. Alright. SG, welcome in. It's going pretty well. How about yourself? Alexander says, DS2 already did the end of the world thing better than 3. Maybe as far as the lore goes. I don't know. I honestly didn't like the whole aspect of the thrones. I felt like that convoluted things. And it really diverged from what Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 1 even had going for it. I guess Dark Souls 3 just kind of like worked it into the game again, but maybe I'll just leave those souls. Wait, no, because those are the Logan souls. It's like about 20,000 plus whatever we got from the golems. This is annoying. Don't know what the dog's barking at. Shows that my trust is eroded in this game. Like, I really want nothing more than to walk straight to it. I can't trust it. Okay, I was afraid there's going to be like a gap right there. Okay, now we should be good. So let's check how many we actually have. Oh yeah, so 56,000, that's kind of significant, so I'm not too annoyed that we went out of the way to do that. So if I remember correctly for here, you really just run straight forward to get to Seath Arena. But I mean, we're going to screw that up just because we're going to go get the items to show what's all in the area. Uh-oh. Okay. Super close. 3. Okay, that was pure luck. That was not pure luck. Oof. Higuchi? You jinxed me, Foxer. You killed which NPC? All of them. Alright, let me scroll back up, missing a little bit. Archie says, you missed quite a few of the streams, you've collected a lot of lore. Yes, and hopefully in the near future, I guess I've been saying this for quite a while, so it's not so much the near future anymore, I'll be able to start making more videos again, because we're just kind of collecting the footage. The hard part is now going to be actually going back through the footage to find what I need in a timely fashion. And I might need to like upgrade the PC to make that a bit of a smoother experience, which I don't want to do, but growing pains, I suppose. You just find that in DS3 only Aldrich and the Lothric story work? Or did I not kill him? DS2 seems like a world with a dying flame, at least as badly as DS3. Saturn, welcome back in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to dispute that like DS2 isn't a dying world. I just feel like the throne stuff, it just doesn't work for me personally. Why is King Ventric huge and makes Gwyn look like a baby? Why is Gwyn not huge like all the other lords? He's human-sized. Because he gave away his soul. That's what it is. Whereas Ventric gathered it. Many of the levels in the early and mid-game don't connect much to anything. Saturn says, you didn't hear all of it, but on a second thought, let's not go to Lothric, it's a silly place. Yeah. It's my Monty Python reference to Lothric. Because we were talking about how it feels to go through Dark Souls 3, and how a little bit how disjointed it is. 'Cause I'm definitely not going to deny that. Like, the stuff with the Thrones of Lords just kind of really feels outclassed by the DLC. And going to the corner store to pick up some finger paint for your daughter. It's a little bit weird because Lothric kind of has like, it doesn't even really have like a big build up to it. You're just like, oh, you need to go to Lothric because that's what you need to do, and it doesn't exactly feel like super compelling to the narrative, other than like you're dragging your children by the ear to their rooms because they've been bad. Their rooms, in this case, being their thrones that they're not trying to link. Where's our souls? Okay, so the Piss Golem is gone. We killed it. Retrieval. Titanite chunk. I think I still have the prism stones on. I don't think there's actually a path over here. I think we need to go up there and like it connects back someplace, but I don't remember exactly how it works. We just go straight. Like this. I don't like how it just stopped. I knew it. They almost got me. That's so sketchy to me. Okay. Now we should be good. Well, shit. Hey, at least we remembered to put to rest at the archive bonfire this time. Alright, I'm probably going to end up missing with you guys going off today on the chat. Yorm's cool, but he really has no lore. The Abyss Watchers have Fair and Keep, and even that's a stretch. Yeah, I think, like, as far as the bosses go, if you really get into Volnir's lore, it's really cool and metal, and then the fight is just not. Feels bad, man. I feel like Volnir and Yorm should have been one character, kind of. And not just because, like, they're giant. But because I feel like that would have made him a super cool boss and pretty unique. As far as, like, the lore goes. The Sullivan stuff, to me, is just weird. He just kind of feels there. The Aldrich stuff I actually like quite a bit. But he gets fleshed out more by the Covenant being there, and then, like, having a ton of item descriptions kind of link into his stuff. Aldrich, Pontiff, and the Deep are the core of DS3 for you? Yeah. I love this stuff with the Deep and Aldrich, because he feels like one of the lords that's not like a chump. Maybe, like, lore-wise, not so much like mechanically, although his fight can be kind of challenging too. It is also cool to return to Anne Rolando. Let's not die to the easiest slope. So I think from right here we just run straight, and then we're good. Crystal Follies? Yeah, okay. Think there was a treasure? Yeah, okay. We get the soul of a hero. Oh, that's the aggro one. Oh, I might want to show that off. Well, I don't want to die. I should have remembered. Let's take these off. We should be good. So they give you like 9 prism stones before it starts, but they don't really... It's not enough if you actually like want to move around, as you've seen. Obviously, I started spamming them towards the end, but... I think we can be fine back there, behind this. Okay. In this spot, not as good. Damn it. Talk about threading the needle. Holy crap. Alright, well, screw that guy. I'm going home. Once it stops shooting me, I'm gonna catch up with you guys a little bit, and then we should be good. And then I'll probably... Actually, should I? No, I'll kill the little clam things before I save state. You don't want to link the flame. Even Nito, you'd say, is handled much better than Yorm or the Abyss Watchers. Maybe. I feel like the Abyss Watchers might be a little bit better than Nito, but I think Nito is just cool, so that kind of covers up for some of its flaws. You're sticking to the fact that DS2 shows a little of the Age of Man, as there are no gods active. I wouldn't call that the Age of Man, at least in terms of like the way that Koth uses it, but I can see what you mean, since like the gods aren't really around. Aldershell says the arrow spam. Didn't feel good for Yorm to just be tacked on into Earthil Dungeon. Yeah. King Vendrick had no Lord Soul. He built his kingdom with humans as a human. Aldrich area with tiny bit of Yorm area at the very end. You think they should have just had 3 lords and fleshed them out properly? Pontiff was actually changed a lot. He was supposed to be the old Black King and was supposedly a Lord of, probably a Lord of Cinder. Got a Spaghetti, welcome back in. Don't even need to cut a boss, just don't make the Abyss Watchers a Lord. I feel like having the Abyss Watchers as a Lord is kind of necessary to make the stuff with Gale have a bit more grounding. But overall, they really don't feel like a Lord, so I understand why it feels kind of cheap, I guess, or not impactful. Maybe if like the Abyss Watchers like ended up turning into Artorias, that would have made people go crazy. Probably not like the real best for the story, but in terms of getting people hyped. So killing these things quite often, they will drop purging stones, and as we look inside their like little mouths, we can see that there's a ton of human skulls. As to what the hell their legs are, I really don't know. Because clams in real life, they don't have legs that they shamble around with. So we should be good to look at this. I think I needed to do that, not that I was intending to. Actually, this will probably work out pretty well. Damn it, slowed down. Way too fast. Actually, let's go this way. Fast. Man. That should be good enough, I think. Okay. You think the Abyss Watchers' lore is entirely in their fight? They just don't really have an impact on the world. They do make sense, they just need to have more impact. No lord should have been on the main route. They should have all been on side paths. Like, you go to the Profane Capital from Karthus, you go to Aldrich from Earthil, you go to the Abyss Watchers from the Forest. You did find an appeal at a lord being a group. You also found it a bit weird to start on the High Wall of Lothric only to go down. Yeah, that's kind of true. Starting on the High Wall is kind of a weird spot, I guess. Especially since you get ported there. They could have changed that around. Not that I dislike the High Wall, but I felt like if they made that lead into Lothric Castle, that could have been even cooler, I think. Because by the time you go back to Lothric Castle, it doesn't really feel connected, kind of. Just because it was so long ago since when you dealt with the High Wall and all that. At least to me. DS3 is in a way opposite of Dark Souls 1. The first half is ass, the second is good. Abyss Watchers felt more like an elite army to you, like the Silver Knight serving a master. Get some clam feet pics? Yeah, probably. Hey, we got our Purging Stone. I should have made that look better. Alright, let's just take a few frames like that. Almost forgot about our Clamfoot lore, and we already woke up the one in the back. It's a little bit annoying. They kind of resemble like crabs almost, although they only have 5. So maybe it's supposed to be a hand. As opposed to, like, feet. Fuck. Twinkling Titanite. So yeah, these things also have Twinkling Titanite. And if we look at the top portion of their shells, they do look kind of crystallized compared to everything else. Maybe that might be worth comparing to the ones down in Ash Lake. But either way, we do know from the Crystal Lizards in Dark Souls 3 that absorbing enough souls can eventually make Titanite. So maybe Twinkling Titanite is more affiliated with like souls and crystals, since they drop it in the crystal caverns here. I was hoping for a purging stone. It's okay though. Okay, so now that we've killed all these clams, let's go ahead and save out so we can do the stuff with Seath. Oh yeah, and I need to cut off his tail. I almost forgot about that. When I had to cut off his tail, it was in New Game Plus 2, and that was just such a pain in the ass. Okay, I am uploading. For a second I was like, wait, am I downloading? Katie says, you have some theories about the Abyss Watchers that would make them better lore-wise, but even not counting that, you would prefer to get rid of Yorm and merge Catacombs with Capital like in earlier. Minmax says, Lothric Castle is so far away from the other areas, and the aesthetic is kind of different too, so it feels disconnected. You feel Lothric itself should have been fleshed out more with more areas. I feel like if you did the high wall with everything else, it would have worked out. I almost feel like as far as like the actual level layouts go, it would have been cool to warp into the spot with Emma and then go through that kind of area, and in between the section where you do everything up to the 2 wyverns, have that like immediately follow Emma and then kind of splice in the rest of the first portion of the Lothric Castle and then like continue on from there. I think that would have worked kind of well. Obviously not so much like geographically, but just as far as like the flow of the game goes. But that being said, like the opening of the High Wall of Lothric does kind of work out fairly well as far as like acclimating people to the mechanics of the area in the game. It would have fit in a bit it would have fit in better to have like all of the Pest of Men enemies kind of like lead into each other and the wyverns and all that. Just feels a little bit too spread about. Brisson said, you liked the inversion of starting higher, flying down into the undead settlement, etc., and then going back up to the castle? You don't think every DS game has to follow the same formula of DS1? You feel like having some different paths early on would be better than a chain of really big levels? High Wall is a good tutorial, but it should have been like mid-game or something. Yeah. Maybe start from the Profane Capitals or something and head upwards. That would be another possibility. And then if you had to like go back to get access to Anor Londo, that could work too. Let me get some water before talking about Seath and all that. People like to roast DS2's level design, but does it offer a lot more in the way of branching paths? Yeah. That's one of the things that I do think DS2 does well. It is more non-linear, and you can approach it the way you want to, whereas DS3 is a lot more linear because of everything. So if they could just, you know, redo some things to make DS3 less linear, I think it could have improved as a consequence of that. I forgot there was a cutscene. I thought you were just free to like walk up and hit it. Alright, so that little crystal is the quote-unquote primordial crystal which keeps Seath alive. As we approach it, he freaks out and comes to protect his source of life. But despite being covered with crystals, he can still fly. See that he's a blind albino. And then it like spawns us close to it. I think we want to drag him in and then hit the crystal, because then he gets like stunned, and then that'll give us enough time to hit the what's it called? His tail for the weapon. Danger zone. So when he turns, I think we needed to get closer to the tip of it. Might have screwed up. He's gonna breath. Here I am going like try-hard mode when I should really be getting more footage, I suppose. Oh, give me your tail. Oh yeah, I forgot he has Crystal Breath. So if he kills us, we will, with some of his breath attacks, we will get cursed, and that's no good. So that tells you what to do in case that's your first time getting cursed. So let's go ahead and download that again. Totally forgot there was a cutscene. I thought for some reason the fight initiates when you break it the first time, and then the subsequent times he's just kind of already down here. Oh yeah, and we need to put on the quiet ring to see if he notices us, because I guess you guys are saying that he doesn't? Or maybe that's if you come in after you die. We could test both, I suppose. If he had silence, you could cut his tail while he can't notice you? Okay. You love his design. Look at those wings. Did anyone else watch Challenger Andy's All-Seath run on DS1? You don't know how anyone could do that. Katie says, how's it called in Japanese? You heard that primordial serpents are actually world serpents, so you wondered if that was the world crystal or something. Oh, that's a good question. I did look that up before. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but I think primordial was a good enough term that they used for it. Let me try to double check that real quick then. Alright, here we go. Let me find it now. Alright, yeah, so it's just Genshi, which is like primeval, primordial. The Genesis crystal could be another way of thinking about it. Like the beginning crystal, I don't know. So I think calling it the primordial crystal works. It's a good question though. Black Moon says, or maybe undead settlements stay large but lead into multiple levels, so you aren't stuck looking for the one exit out of that huge ass level. You notice that Seath's tails are laid out like a trident? Yeah. So he's got like 3 tails. 2 of those might be like lame handicapped legs. And he might just have like a normal tail, I guess, since the one you cut in the middle has the weapon. It's not like hitting each one will produce a weapon or the weapon, which is kind of interesting, I guess. You ended up disliking Undead Settlement over time. It's just a huge confusing level at a point of game where you aren't at a point in the game where you're not very skilled. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I feel like with the way that you can approach the mound makers, if they just got rid of that bridge, the level might flow a bit better. But I like that they included it. My only real complaint is like the branching path that it offers is a bit shallow. I don't know. You also wondered if the primordial crystal has something to do with the twinkling dragon stones in 3? Maybe. Will Garland says, yeah, it's disappointing they seem to have started that way. A little diversion, like the tower with the giant and the pit of the hollows, but just funnels you to the road of sacrifice. Yeah. Get a bit more water while he flies in. So I wonder if he will... Yeah, he really doesn't seem to notice me. So he's probably just going to attack at random. Can't you get him to hit his own crystal and screw it up? I think you can. Yeah, I think he just broke his own crystal. Screwed that up. How did I do that? So let's see if he can't notice me at all while I have this on. Maybe not. I could take this off. And try it out. See if he tracks it a bit better. Hey, we got the great sword. Oh yeah, I forget. If you get like too close, he does have like some decent kind of melee attacks. But I also thought like coming in close after you've gotten rid of the crystal isn't the end of the world. Either way, I'll go ahead and just check out that sword before I reload it. I do like the idea that if it was canon for him to break his own crystal, because he just, in his madness, he doesn't know what he's doing. The most hubris you could really get from that. So this is the Moonlight Greatsword. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tale of Seath the Scaleless, the pale white dragon who betrayed his own. Seath is the grandfather of sorcery, and this sword is imbued with his magic, which shall be unleashed as a wave of moonlight. So this also ties in Seath to Moonlight more explicitly, and when we compare that kind of thematic connection to Gwendolyn as being a god of the moon, the dark moon, I guess, it can suggest that there is more to both of them than what you might immediately see. So when you do the charged R2, it does release that wave of abyssal magic that we know from the other FromSoft games. And it is a dragon weapon, so it is technically supposed to be part of his body. So I guess dragons can wield moonlight within them. Aiming is bad. How many of those can you do? That's a lot. Holy crap. Okay, so we're out. All good. The way the chunk of the tail just lies there. Seath is so morbidly beautiful. And Bailey's welcome back. Max says, the high wall has a lot of good points, really. You plan on breaking it down soon? Did I just upload it? That would suck. I mean, we got the tail, so it's not the end of the world. But it'd be annoying if I lost the souls that I was going to use for Logan's crap. And then Quelana's as well. Hey LP, just joined in time to see you get the tail cut? Sweet. Welcome back in, Joseph. Highwall honestly makes the actual tutorial kind of redundant. Kind of. Highwall is definitely like more intense than the original tutorial, so it kind of makes sense, but I know what you mean. High Wall and Central Yarnum are great starting areas. You guess the untended graves is there for people that never played Souls and need to learn the controls? Yeah. Katie says, Abyssal does doesn't look much like Manus' magic. Sorry. When I said Abyssal, I meant it more in like the Bloodborne sense, since it's called Abyssal in that game. So I don't necessarily think it's Abyss magic, per se. But then again, if dragons are Abyssal, I might not be wrong. Black Bloom says, you'd say Bloodborne maybe should have had a level like the Northern Undead Asylum. You're thrown into the action a bit too fast. Kind of. I mean, Central Yarnum can be a little bit oppressive, but there is that kind of nice lead up between the Scourge Beast. I mean, you'll die there, and then the 2 or 3 patients that you get before going up to the ladder. Obviously, that's not much of a tutorial, but it does help a little bit before you like kind of go into that plaza. Oh yeah. Let's walk around this time. Probably hears me. Kind of hard to say. Maybe it's more wishful thinking there. Let's go to the tip of this thing. Hate it when that happens. Hello, sprint. More. That's funny. I forgot I didn't have my Estus out at first, so it took me a little bit of time to undo it. Because I, save stated with my binoculars out, because I'm always forgetting when I have that out. So let's go ahead and switch in the Estus as soon as we begin. And I'll try to skip the cutscene this time. You wish they made all the Moonlight Greatswords glow like in Bloodborne? Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate that the Moonlight Greatsword essentially just gets replaced with magic in Dark Souls 3, but maybe it works a bit better that way, I don't know. Okay, so we should be good with the Estus now. That's what makes it great. It was your first Souls game? Central Yarnum's maddening yet enticing? Yeah. It definitely ramps up the tension in good locations in Central Yarnum. But yeah, let's have him... Oh. Oh. Man. Was the Moonlight Greatsword not always magic? So no, like the one that we can get from Seath itself is a physical weapon. Left this time. Sweet. Okay. We want him to like breathe. Not that way. Dangerous. It's out of the crystals because we don't want to get cursed. Because I have no idea how much cursed damage I take. Okay. Oh, it stays on the ground? That's so funny. I didn't notice that. Oh yeah, I could also use the lightning paper. Or whatever it is, the resin. Knowing my luck, I just forget that I have it on. He died. Okay. The bequeathed Lord Soul Shard from Seath, and some humanity from the dragon. I'm not the type that'll go like crazy and be like, oh, this proves that, you know, dragons are linked to humans because every boss drops it, but... Get the bonfire lit. Still ragdoll his tail. Looks like we're gonna eat good tonight. Here's a monster hunter for you. That's funny. Alright, so let's check out his soul. And, I guess there's really nothing else to show of the primordial crystal, which he broke himself. So that should be it with this area. Oh yeah, because his is bequeathed. I was confused for a second. Although when we look at the souls, the bequeathed one that was given to Seath is much larger than the one that was given to the Four Kings. So maybe that kind of highlights some of Gwyn's actual trust in the Four Kings, as opposed to Seath, which is like his confidant. Oh, and there's going to be a lot to talk about here. Oh, I forgot. I mean, I did, but I didn't. Right. You looked it up, it did magic damage in Demon Souls. Moonlight Greatsword in Demon Soul is actually a faith weapon. No, they mean the Moonlight Greatsword scales with intelligence and does magic damage. Oh, okay, yeah, I was just saying, like, in Dark Souls 3, it is a magic spell as opposed to a physical weapon, if I remember correctly. Make some takoyaki out of that tail. Seath's suddenly, an octopus now. You think the idea is that the blade is condensed magic and not metal? Yeah. Anyone want to guess what that tail tastes like? How much it costs? Probably minerally. That's kind of a weird word to say. Maybe the humanity regained comes for your sense of accomplishment? Maybe. I mean, that would kind of go along well with the stuff with DS2. And let me get a bit of water before talking about this one. Soul of the albino Seath the Scaleless, a fragment of a Lord Soul discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned upon the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty and given a fragment of a great soul. Although just a piece, it was still satiated the Lord Vessel. Let me pull up my spreadsheet real quick. Because if I remember correctly, the term when it says, like, embraced by the royalty doesn't quite come out that way. I just want to make sure that that's the spot specifically that it correlates to. That's the wrong link. All right. Right, so it says, so later as a duke, when he became a maternal relative to Lord Gwyn as a duke, the mighty soul was given, or like distributed to him. So this idea of him being a maternal relative could be a huge sticking point in the lore that you just cannot get with the English, because when it says embraced by the royalty, that could just mean like, oh, they welcomed him amongst their ranks, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he literally became a member of the royal family through like marriage or whatever. So going back to this topic of him potentially being a maternal relative as a duke, the term used in Japanese is gaiseki, and looking it up, the only connotation that I found on it was that gaiseki, well, it does like literally break down as like outer relative. It has a more specific meaning of being related to somebody through their mother's side. So in Chinese empires, they would call the wife of a king the Empress Dowager. And so that kind of principle seems to be applied to Seath as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Seath had a daughter that married Gwyn. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but it does mean that Seath is related to Gwyn somehow through being related to a wife of the royal family, I guess. So going with that idea, this is kind of where I get my justification of Seath being potentially related to Priscilla, and Priscilla being potentially related to both Gwendolyn and Gwyn. So my personal theory is it might be likely that Priscilla herself was a concubine or a kind of wife to Gwyn at one point. Not necessarily the mother of all of his children, but I think certainly the mother of Gwendolyn, and by extension Yorshka, if they're supposed to be biologically related. But I'll get back to that in a moment as well. Let me just catch up on what you guys are saying. Spectrum, welcome in. What are you talking about? The actual sword? Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget that Osiris drops it. I keep thinking of the Midir one. Thank you for reminding me. Because I tend to forget that Osiris is a boss, because I don't know why. He just doesn't feel like a boss to me. He feels forgotten about as both like a character in the lore as well as kind of a boss to me. So thank you for bringing that back up. And Saturn, thank you for linking the spreadsheet. They probably make some weird liquor with Seath's tail. You remember in Izakaya in Japan you saw deer penis liquor? Moonlight Greatsword is weapon in 3? Okay. Why do you guys say it's a spell? Because I was thinking of the one with Midir. So thank you guys for... Old Moonlight's a spell. The Moonlight Greatsword is weapon. Both are in 3. Thank you. Priscilla could have paired with the Nameless Firstborn. That's a possibility as well. So... part of the reason why I think Priscilla would be related to Gwendolyn is just because of the moon stuff and the stuff that we get with Aldrich's soul in Dark Souls 3 and his relations to Gwendolyn being tied to Priscilla fairly explicitly through the Life Hunt Scythe makes me believe there has to be a stronger connection between Priscilla and Gwendolyn than we're given at a surface level. So, going back to the idea of Seath being a Gaiseki, a relative to the wife or Empress Dowager of Gwyn, and that could explain why Gwendolyn has all of his moonlight magic, why he casts sorceries with faith, because he's still a god, but sorcery is kind of a Seath's domain, and their relation to like the moonlight butterfly, being able to go invisible between like the crystals in this cavern over here. The same theme is played with the moonlight butterfly as well as Gwendolyn. Priscilla disappears in the midst of her fight, much like going invisible with all the crystals in this cavern. So there's a bunch of really small things that I feel like when they're added together make it plausible. I don't know if like this is actually true, but I think there's something to it at the very least. And even if they're not, I think that kind of makes it harder to explain why things are the way that they are. But when they are connected, it kind of makes a bit more sense to me. So I think I tend to believe it more than I disbelieve it, but I'm not like a diehard about this theory. LP fake fan confirmed. DS3 has a lot of bosses that don't do much in the lore. Yeah, but especially with Osiris, like, being deliberately tucked away, I tend to forget about him because the game, like, actively tries to make him forgettable in many ways. Tim, welcome in. You always thought Priscilla was Seath's daughter. So, yeah, I think this is kind of the closest that you can get to making that argument. And so, if Priscilla was related to Gwyn at one point, or not like literally related, but if she was like the wife of Gwyn at one point, it could potentially explain why, even though she's kind of taken as a prisoner, I guess, or whatever you want to call her, in the painting of Anne Orlando, that might explain why it's still guarded by Anne Orlando itself with the painting guardians. Because that's kind of something that's also hard to describe. But yeah, I'm not so sure if there's anything else I wanted to mention with that. Did I ever look at this? No, I don't think I did look at the Crystal Ember when we picked it up. Alright, so let's check out the Crystal Ember. The Crystal Ember created by Seath the Scaleless, handled only by the giant gods' blacksmiths. So there's a little bit of a translation error here. It's not like the giant gods' blacksmiths. It's more like the gods' giant blacksmith, which when we consider that we give it to a giant and he creates the crystal weapons with it. That kind of only goes as a matter of course, I guess. Okay, so I think that was all for now, and then later on we'll need to like upgrade the weapons to be able to show off how they can kind of become altered. So next we want to go back to the archives and talk to Logan to see if he has any different dialogue before he goes mad once we buy all the spells. And Bobbin, welcome back in. He said, "Hey, weekend starts now for you." Nice. Welcome in. D4C says it's a pretty good theory. Well, thank you. I'm sure that's going to make like the larger lore community go in a bit of a fit, whether good or bad. Because, I don't know, to me it just reeks of like a whole bunch of like crackpot stuff with like circumstantial evidence, but it all like kind of ends up fitting together in a way that I think provides some substance for it. They both have draconic features and are albinos. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. I feel like at this point it's kind of just like beating a bit of a dead horse. But in terms of the Japanese, it doesn't call Seath an albino exactly. It just calls him Seath the White. And then when we do look at Priscilla's soul, she's called like Priscilla the Pure White Half Dragon. So with Seath being the White and Priscilla also being related to the White, I feel like that kind of ties together in a different direction as well. Katie says, "You mean Aldrich also has Nito's sword, and Aldrich doesn't have anything from Gwyn, so it might be weird that he only has something from his mother." Alexander says, "As a diver, you recognize the sound. Also, she gurgles when she comes in." They should have done a lot more with Osiris. He's literally the king of Lothric. The former king, but yeah, I agree. Alexander says, "The Abyss in DS2, unlike the Deep, is still black goo, not like the deep goo." Tim says, "Did you pick up the blue slab?" Yes, we did. Would Seath be considered a dowager if he was impregnated by Gwyn, or does the Japanese wording not make sense in that case? No, I mean, Seath is male, so he can't exactly be impregnated by Gwyn. But if you're just saying, like, does it have to be somebody who's pregnant? No, it just means somebody who is patrilineally related to the mother side of a family. I guess it doesn't have to be patrilineally, but just somebody who is related to the mother of the mother's side of the emperor's family. That's still wrong. So the emperor might have a wife or a consort, like that, whatever you want to call that relation between the king and the quote-unquote queen. Whoever is related to the queen side becomes a Gaiseki, because they're related to the royal family through marriage as opposed to blood, but it could also still end up being blood if like they're the son before, from like a previous marriage, I suppose. Also, Philionor is probably supposed to be Gwyn's wife, so you'd guess he did practice some polygamy. Philionor wasn't supposed to be Gwyn's wife. Or you're just talking about like earlier content. Effervescent says, "You don't really think that's a translation error? No one ever really talks about gods in terms of size, because surely they can alter their size?" It's likely just a typo. The Japanese is very clear. One moment. You think Gwyn married his daughter? You need to work on the greeting. It's not crackpot. It would actually make less sense if Gwendolyn had no connection to Seath. You think she was supposed to be his wife and then they changed it? Okay. Did you get the soul item in the arena where you first find Seath? Not yet. We haven't gone, and we'll do that once we talk to Logan and all that. Her name in the file, she's called wife, you believe? So yeah, I mean, in some ways it could have made more sense that Philionor could have been Gwyn's wife, but it just doesn't, we don't really get too much to work with. You'll probably grab that when we go fight in St. Logan, yeah. Elda says, "Humor me, say if Seath was the mother of Gwendolyn, would that apply?" No, I'm not going to entertain that because Seath is not female, as far as we know. He can't have children, maybe, the way that you guys are trying to imply? And also, like with Seath being described in multiple places as the friend or the confidant of Gwyn, I feel like that would just go against the narrative of the game, that they would use that kind of specific terminology instead of saying like wife or something along those lines. I can't think of what else to say. Black Bloom says, you think the games just don't specify lineage? The only real relation we know is Gwyn and 3 children. Yeah. So whether or not Filianor is the older child of is older than Gwendolyn, I think we have to take that as a matter of fact. Well, no, I take that back. I wouldn't say it's a matter of fact. I think as far as Filianor goes, the game only ever uses suppositional language. Like, it is said she was related to Gwyn. It doesn't say that she actually was. With Gwendolyn being described as the lastborn, at the very least we could say if Filianor is truly a daughter of Gwyn, then she must be older than Gwendolyn. And so at that point we would say that he had 4 children. I digress. Emlyn says, you think that the half-breeds were made to replace the god's body but ended up replacing the gods? It would be weird if Seath has a wife and she's never mentioned. If Seath had a wife? Yeah. I mean, it is weird because it isn't mentioned, but if we look at the stuff with Shira, it also brings up a lot of questions if she's supposed to be the daughter of the Duke, and that Duke refers to Seath as opposed to, like, Duke Seldora or perhaps the Earl of Arstor.
Oh, there you are. It's been a while. Or were you just here? This fascinating place defeats my sense of time.
So I do like that bit of dialogue there, because we've killed Seath and it does show a progression of time, and as Logan stays here longer and longer, he starts to go more mad and mad.
But I can't remember the death. The undead. Where's it going? The other one first.
And obviously they probably drew that part out just to make it abundantly clear that he's literally losing his mind here.
I can't remember the death. Oh, there you are. Or
okay. Maybe he'll say something different. So I'm glad that we did reload, even if it was just for that dialogue, because I forgot about it. Okay.
Come again, anytime you please, for I too learn whilst teaching a student.
Interesting.
I fail to see your design, but if you think I'm too old to defend myself, perhaps some sorcery will change your mind.
Heavens, the folly of youth. I'm too old for this.
So he still has the White Dragon Breath, the Big Hat, and the Tin Crystallization Catalyst. I will go back and fight Seath just for the extra footage, so I kind of intended that, and then we'll come back and do the Logan stuff. So let's check out the Catalyst. Because I think I forgot to look at that before. So this is a catalyst imbued in terrifying crystal magic, used by Logan after his fixation on Seath. Makes all sorceries incredibly powerful, but demands extremely high intelligence from its wielder and have sorcery usages. Okay, so I guess there's not too much with this one. But again, like the last time I was looking at the Dark Souls 3 stuff off stream, I did notice that the crystal rapier in Dark Souls 3 mentions that the crystals within it, what am I doing? They warp they like suck the willpower out of the user. So that might explain why Logan starts to go mad as he pursues crystal magic. It's kind of sucking the will out of him, and that also ties into the one wax skull that Justin was showing us, the little piece of like cut content where the Waxhead scholars wear the wax to avoid the curses from eating out like the source of their rationality, I think, or something along those lines as well. So it seems like there might be something inherent within souls and crystals which sucks out the will of the user. And I've got some thoughts about that, but they're not like totally set in stone. I'm going to ask what happens if you fight him now. So pretty much the same thing as what would happen if we killed him in the jail. So he still had the white dragon breath, which didn't surprise me. So it's all good. Seath was made a duke, sort of being made a brother to Gwyn. Yeah, and that's also another reason why we could assume that he's male. Actually, I don't know if the Japanese specifies peerage by gender. It might. I think it does. Maybe it doesn't. Like, all the examples that are coming to my head, though, are only for males. Not that I'm, like, an expert on that terminology, even in English. Seath was left alone because he kept himself, and probably because Gwyn allowed some extent of experimentation. We don't know Seath was infertile. He may have been the antithesis of the everlasting dragon, so mortal instead of the everlasting, and fertile instead of infertile. Seath's role is huge, but he's always in the background, never front and center, etc. I'm too old for this, LMAO. The Die Hard reference. We don't know if the dragons are fertile in the first place. He seems to be given a wide latitude with experimentation. You wouldn't stress the some aspect. How would he traditionally breed with anything? Sorry, my cursor was over it. Let alone a human, his lower body has gone and replaced with one of his creations. So the way that I would potentially explain why Seath could create children or whatever would be through a soul transmutation. So he might be able to imbue bits of his soul or the soul that Gwyn gave him with humanity. And that's why we get things like the Moonlight butterflies, the Pisakas, and maybe even the Snake Men. But again, that is more speculation than anything concrete that the game gives us. Oh, I don't know if he broke his crystal. No, he did not. Moved a little bit. So now we should be good, I hope. Gonna smash it? Nope. He was a creation, but who would he breed with? Why would he? He cared for nothing but himself. The game sees this numerous times. The scales in his immortality. I think those are all good questions. The crystal. Dangerous one. I might die, actually. Okay, I didn't get crystallized, so that's good. And I hit him. I think like maybe 2 more hits and he dies. One hit. Okay. So that should definitely be good as far as the footage is concerned with him. And then we also got like a victory achieved without the trophy going off. Let's go see our boy Logan again. And then make him go mad. You can see Seath creating half-breed through science. Also, don't disregard DS2. In DS2, he has created beings such as Tark, the Scorpion, and Naraja, or whatever. The Scorpion lady, the boss. Najka? Najka, I think. Seath is a scientist at heart, not a romantic. Technically, that was a Duke Seldora. Why would he have to care for anything to mate? He was just interested in the products of such union, and he was likely given a mate for political reasons as he was a Duke? Maybe. Who is Seath? Kind of the reincarnation weird. Oh, so you're talking about Seldora. Alex says, yeah, that was your point. He's completely insane when you face him, and it's probably been so for decades. Yeah. Seldora's spider, Sweet Freya, had Seath's soul. I thought it was that he kind of eventually like merged with her. Is when you fight the dude himself, like he's no longer himself? Something like along those lines? I don't know too. Lore. That's weird. Oh, it's the shadow of the ladder. So that was the dude making noise. Okay. But that's...
Oh, there you are. It's been a while. Or were you just here? This fascinating place defeats my sense of time.
Screw that urn, pretty much.
Come again, anytime you please, for I too learn whilst teaching a student.
So after this, our buddy Logan should head into where Seath was originally. I don't know if just resting at the bonfire will trigger him to move, so I'll test that out first, and then I might just warp between the two areas. Looks like our big hat boy's... Oh, he's still here. He was just standing. Alright, so let's try to use our one of our bones. The last few that we have. Do I have some? After we buy spells from Laurentius or Quelana, I don't think I'll have enough for more of the bones. So he's still here?
Who are you? Stay clear of my work.
Let's do that again.
Who are you? Stay clear of my work. Curses upon you. How dare you disturb me?
So he no longer even remembers us.
Who are you? Stay curses.
Maybe I needed to talk to him before. So let's just reset it again. It might take a couple reloads to do, which will be a little bit annoying, I suppose. Seldora went kind of insane, and it seems Seath possesses a spider and may have been manipulating Seldora. I think it would be mentioned that Seath had no legs, unlike the other dragons. Along with his lack of scales and mortality, he obviously has experimented on himself. Maybe. Hopefully this doesn't screw things up. Here.
Who are you?
Eh. I may as well buy what I can from Laurentius now, although I don't think that triggers his quest. It's really just telling him about Quelana.
Oh, hello there. You've been a stranger these days. Why? I see. Forget.
Okay, so that's really not too many souls altogether.
Why? Tell me about it.
Let's be sad. Yeah, we'll need to send him down here anyway. I'm not gonna save scum it.
Why, yes, of course. Thank you for sharing. I'm still an able pyromancer. I shall locate her myself. I'm in your debt, once again. A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame would please.
Okay, so that's it with Laurentius.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend. Don't you dare go alone.
And he ends up going hollow himself, as we'll see in a little bit. Go back to archives. Look at the inch of the game, see if it looks the same. Yeah. No, I mean, Seath looks the same in the intro as he does in his boss fight. They don't change the models around. I feel like the data miners would have driven that point into the ground if it were true. Okay, so now Logan is gone back into Seath's boss room. That's where we are going to go to as well. Why do I keep forgetting that this damn chair can't be rolled through? So I should have locked on. Okay. Don't worry about it too much, guys. If you just come to a point where you can't reach a civil disagreement, I would just leave the topic there. I think I can just drop down onto the bookcase. Well, I forgot about that. That's unfortunate. It'll be funny if I end up losing those souls and then having to reload it. Oh, damn it. now the chat's gonna be obsessed at trying to compare Seath's intro model to his real one. I could have just gone out this door, couldn't I? I was just being dumb. Oh wow, I made that way, way, way harder for myself. Oh, I forgot my souls though. Let's go back before I forget that. This has to go in the highlights. Kill our dancing boy. Where are they? Oh, they're probably the floor below. There? Oh, okay. I just didn't see them through the pillars. I feel like you guys just need to take screenshots and probably just point like MS Paint arrows to disagree with each other. I don't think he has like legs in the intro. Those are just his 3 tails. Like his 1 tail and then the 2 little appendages that we saw in the fight. And Pat, welcome in. Did you miss much? Yeah, so we ended up killing Seath, and then now we've just made Logan go mad. So we're going to get rid of him. And so we talked a lot about my theory as to how and or why Priscilla and Gwendolyn are related to Seath. So that's some pretty deep lore takes, I guess. That isn't super obvious based on what we've gotten. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I didn't realize it was going to be like so immediately aggro. Because we want some footage of Logan naked. TOS, I don't know. I kind of forgot what we were talking about before that. The tangent with the tails and the legs. Oh yeah, it was about the reproductive capacity of Seath. And how much of it was potentially related to research or experimentation. Maybe I should show it off on stream one time, but I did see a kind of crazy video. What, the fog wall was there and then it just disappears. Cool. So he has his catalyst out? Maybe it's just too dark before, but I don't think it was covered with crystals the first couple times we fought him. Maybe I'm just misremembering that? By Dragon Breath, the Big Hat, and the Catalyst. So that's all the same. So I guess you don't really need to make him go mad to get everything. I don't know if this chest will still be here or not, though. That might have been worth testing. Oh, dang it, I didn't think about that. Otherwise, we could have made that work. Because I could have killed him beforehand. Oh no, this would have definitely been here, the large magic ember. So as we come into, like, Seath's study, we can see that it's covered with crystals, kind of like the crystal cave, which suggests that it was Seath which made that area the way that it was. Because, I mean, crystals aren't very natural furniture fixtures in the places I've been to. So let's check out our new ember. Totally forgot that you got that one there. Ember required for weapon ascension, blah blah blah. Handled only by the Vinheim magic blacksmiths. Ascends to 5, reinforcement plus 10. The most powerful level for magic weapons. So absolutely no information. Which is really unfortunate. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we already checked that one. So that was everything we needed to do with Logan. So it's interesting that you don't have to fully go through with this quest to get the rewards from it. You can just kill him in a cell. Unless that's kind of a glitch or something. I don't know. So with that done, we can go back down to Blighttown to fight our old Pyromancy Master, and then see our new one, and then head down into Lost Izalith. Patrick's fine, you're and myself, I'm doing well. Making some decent progress so far. I was a little bit surprised how long it took us to go through the Duke's archives yesterday. But already being done with Seath and all that feels better. Crystals are probably new. I don't think that Seath was suddenly blind and has slug feet. I think it's just that he is a product of disparity. We've talked about that a decent amount, I suppose. Do I want to come in from the Daughter of Chaos section? Probably. It would probably be the fastest. Let's just do it. And then once I get up to like the swamp section, I'll probably just save state it. Oh, I'll probably need a USB save over here just to make sure we can come back to a point to do all the stuff with Solaire. Oh yeah, let's do the stuff with the Laurentius and Quelana first. Actually, I don't remember the last thing Quelana told us, so she might have different dialogue since we've gotten the Lord Vessel. Behringer Leather Company, welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. Reminders help. Did we look at the Moonlight Greatsword description yet? I think we did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did, but we may as well double check it now. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we did. Yes, we definitely did. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tale of Seath the Scaleless, the pale white dragon who betrayed his own. Seath is the grandfather of sorcery, and this sword is imbued with his magic, which shall be unleashed as a wave of moonlight. Where is it going? So that was that way? Okay. You don't think Quelana has different dialogue for the Lord Vessel? Okay. I don't think she asked us to end her mother's suffering, and I think that's still a thing. I don't think that was cut content. But just from the dialogue that I look at, it's kind of hard to tell what is cut and what's not. So let's kill some of these dudes before I save scum. hit the boulder. Wait, why is this not dying? So they have way more health than I was expecting. Oh, we can backstab them? That would have made things so much easier. I forget, it's been a while since I've done that or felt the need to do it. Get some more poop. So this should be a good spot to save out. We might even be able to see Laurentius from this distance. I don't remember. Let's just get rid of this mosquito thing. And then I'll save out. Okay. KT Shu, welcome back. Alda says, you don't think Seath has slapped people with fish insane? You think he's more obsessed insane? Yeah, I think that's a decent way to interpret his madness. I like that theory. Seems like, or Seath seems like the only dragon who was different from the others, but water? You didn't think there was water back then? I'm sure though, but he has a freak of nature, so he might have had something to do with the opposite element the other dragons are. Seath's a moon dragon, and on the moon gravity's low. Do you think the irony is that he focused on what he lacked, but he had so much the other dragons never had? Maybe. The Chaos Demons. Shiva. Quelana. Oh yeah, we're gonna get poisoned. Okay, we can see him over there in the distance. Can I kill all these things? We're already poisoned. See our boy over there. Right.
Ah, it has been some time, truth be told. I thought you had perished. The Witch of Izalith, please, do not speak of her. I abandoned my mother and sisters, and fled to this land. Now I roam these parts, feigning ablution and pretending to seek answers.
Okay, so I think it was in this dialogue specifically in the Japanese where she says that the Witch of Izalith is her mother. I mean, sorry, that her mother is a witch named Izalith. Let me double check. If not this set of lines specifically, I do know she says it. So we know that the Witch of Izalith is just named Izalith. Alright, so not that set. So it should be the next set of dialogue, maybe.
Pyromancy is the art of invoking and manipulating fire. But remember one thing. Always fear the flame, lest you be devoured by it and lose yourself. I would hate to see that happen again.
Maybe we need to buy everything before she says
Pyromancy
it.
is
Okay. Let's buy the most expensive stuff first. Okay, we should have enough. Perfect.
Pyromancy is the... But I would... Now go. Whatever you do, do not crack and go hollow, lest my time spent on you be wasted.
Maybe we need to upgrade the weapon. I don't know. Oh,
There
here we go.
you are. I was expecting you.
Maybe not.
Let us begin. Pyromancy is the... No luck, hmm? Well, young pupil, you must have patience, but do not keep me waiting much longer.
Well, she does ask us to go take care of her mother. So now that we've bought everything, I don't really care too much if I die. 26,000. Maybe we're kind of close to leveling up. So I'll just go save at the bonfire, fight Laurentius, and then maybe die. Not to him, but just something. Maybe I should die to him. I could piss off Shiva, I guess. Or I could just, you know, jump off the elevator. That'd be a fast way to die. Oh, we need to level that up. Forgot. We should be definitely good with Vitality. Maybe the DLC is a bit better. Yeah, let's just go with Vitality, because that'll be like 1,200. Nice round number. Minus the 1. The glow up is real. You bet Seath had a complex. He probably talked big about himself, but had issues with growing up inferior. You're gonna play the crap out of Blasphemous after this. Not much evidence of his personality. Oh, we really see his obsession with immortality and maybe women. Elda says, wait, the Witch of Izalith is just named Izalith? Boo, you better be wrong. No. She says, my mother Izalith, in the bit of dialogue where she asks you to kill her. Mesquites. Let's just wait for the other mosquito to come before we encounter our buddy over there. We already saved before talking to Izalith, so I'm not too worried about that. It'll be annoying having to do it all over again, but sometimes them's the breaks. Did you send the weapon to +5? No, we've got it to +10 right now. Or did you mean 15? Damn it. I hate how many spread out mosquitoes they are. It'd be fine if they stayed in their area. That one just teleport? Like, seriously? Are they like really... It really feels like they're teleporting on me. Like, maybe it's just their actual speed there. But it literally seemed every time I looked away real quick, they were closer than they should have been. Alright, so now we should be good. You mean ascended +5? Oh, you take it plus 15, then you can ascend it to go to ascended plus 5. No. So I might need to do that with her, which would be annoying, because that'll take a lot of souls. So this is our boy, Laurentius. He's totally gone hollow. Not even using his Pyromancy anymore. Doesn't even drop anything on death. Really sad. Primordial Crystal probably came into being alongside the flame when life came into being. Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, it's weird that Seath allegedly stole it from the dragons, and then it's just not something he created. That would have worked way better for me, but what you gonna do? They don't teleport, they're really slow and they get stuck all the time. They're the ancestors of the Dark Souls 3 dogs. It's like 300,000 souls or so.
Ah, it has been some time, truth be told. I thought you would...
So 14,000 just for the one.
No luck, but do not keep me...
Let's see how much we have total. Because, I mean, we did keep most of our consumables, so we should get pretty high up, but I don't think 300,000 worth. Without using boss souls, which we're definitely not going to do. Because the worst thing, I mean, the worst case scenario is I just go back to the Painted World real quick and farm up there. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough. And at this point, we don't really need souls so much unless we just buy the odd consumable or go and level up other weapons. That'll be as much as I'm going to spend right here.
No luck, but...
Put the sword away. She says something crazy. Camera. Okay.
Ah, you again. I applaud your diligence. But what have you brought for me? I have a favor to ask.
What the hell?
My mother, the Witch of Izalith, was one of the primeval lords. Her power came from the soul that she found near the first flame. She focused this power to light a flame of her own. But she failed to control it. The flame of chaos engulfed Mother and my sisters and molded them into deformed creatures. Only I escaped. And now I am here. But my mother and sisters have been in anguish since. I beseech you, free Mother and my sisters from the flame of chaos. I cannot do it myself. I lack the strength and the bravery. But you, I realize what I am asking. But please, free their poor souls. Mother's ambitions were misguided, no doubt. But surely 1,000 years of atonement is enough.
I have no idea why that worked. Maybe we just needed to talk to her a set requisite number of times? Yeah, so that's kind of one of her heartfelt requests to the player there. It does give us some of the backstory of the Witch of Izalith. She's essentially been the bed of chaos for 1,000 years, give or take. We don't really know how precise that number is. So that kind of gives us a bit of a time frame for the events of Dark Souls 1. And so Logan and... Wait, so... Well, let me rephrase this. The Witch of Izalith became the bed of chaos 1,000 years ago, which is supposed to be the start of Pyromancy, and Quelana mentioned some 200 years ago she met Salamon. So there's probably like an 800-year gap between the bed of chaos forming and the Chaos Sisters kind of doing their thing, and the demons kind of running amok, I guess. So I don't exactly remember how or when the stuff with Gwyn fits into it with his Silver Knights and his Black Knights fighting the demons, but yeah. Going back to her Japanese dialogue, it is more clear when she starts off there when she says, "I have a favor to ask. My mother, the Witch of Izalith, was one of the primeval lords." The Japanese is "Watashi no haha Izalith wa." So like, my mother Izalith is, or was once one of the four lords. One of the beginning lords, let me rephrase that. Alright, so going back to the chat. You're right, it would have been better if Seath found or made the crystal instead of finding it. Literally the same power as the crystal, only could be killed by removing their scales, and the crystal breaks in one hit. No reason for it even existing during the Age of Ancients. You don't think the dragons relied on the crystal, though? You think it was more of a holy relic with other purposes, but Seath only cared about their mortality. Yeah, I don't think the crystal was used by the dragons, because like their scales make them immortal. So it might have just already existed in that time, and like maybe the dragons were drawn to it for whatever reason. But I don't know if... I would guess that they didn't have like a kind of formalized religion or anything. It's weird how they went with that he stole it, because even the Japanese said he did steal it from them. It's just a weird choice. Kind of similar to how Resident Evil 5 introduced that all the Umbrella viruses are based on the progenitor virus, but the progenitor virus already does everything they want for a super soldier. Crystal might have even allowed Seath to crystallize others. We only get a peek at the magic from a combat perspective, but fluff-wise, there is more to it. Yeah, and we can essentially get turned into a crystallized hollow if he breathes on us. It might have started his research into crystals. Why do dragons have a crystal that makes them immortal when they already are immortal? I don't think that the crystal makes them immortal. I think they probably just coveted it. I mean, if we go with the whole like fantasy trope of dragons hoarding wealth and gold, that would kind of work as to why the dragons could have hoarded it. But I don't know. Alexander says, the crystal became his obsession and he researched the crystal ever since, and that became his entire obsession. Maybe. I mean, I think he was obsessed with life beforehand, and he probably saw the crystal as a means to gain immortality. But I don't think what I'm saying is like disagreeing with you either.
I have a favor to ask.
Oh, she says the whole thing
mother,
again.
The Witch of Izalith was one of the primeval lords. Her power came from the soul that she found near the first flame. She focused this power to light a flame of her own. But she failed to control it. The flame of chaos engulfed Mother and my sisters and molded them into deformed creatures. Only I escaped. And now I am here. But my mother and sisters have been in anguish since. I beseech you, free Mother and my sisters from the flame of chaos. I cannot do it myself. I lack the strength and the bravery. But you, I realize what I am asking. But please, free their poor souls. Mother's ambitions were misguided, no doubt. But surely 1,000 years of atonement is enough.
Alright, so I just kind of wanted to listen to that again for myself. Based on what we hear from her, it just kind of reinforces her request earlier for us to not become, to not fear the flame, to not like respect its power, because the Witch of Izalith herself lost fear of the flame, and she became so attracted by its power she tried to recreate the first flame, which is kind of what led to her downfall. So with that being said, there is some interesting stuff with Quelana saying that her mother has to like atone for over 1,000 years. It seems a bit excessive at that point, because at least with Dark Souls 2 focusing on the Scholar of the First Sin and all that, there is the Forgotten Sinner, which is supposed to be like the Witch of Izalith's reincarnation, I guess. And so the idea of like recreating life could be considered a sin. Whether or not that's like the first sin, I don't think so. But when we get into the times of like Dark Souls 3, we see that the profane capital is called the capital of sin in Japanese. So there might have supposed to have been more of a thematic connection between the Witch of Izalith and the Chaos Pyromancies and the stuff that we get in the Profane Capital. And one of the things that I think is a possibility to consider, not that I think it's like canon or anything, is that the Profane Flame might have ended up becoming a more stabilized version of the Chaos Flame. I guess I could level up a bunch. I forgot we didn't get that. Maybe I want to go with endurance. We should be fine, I think. Let me test it out real quick. Not that this is going to matter. I'm just, this will be probably what I would go with to go into the DLC. 81.6 versus my weight of... Oh, we should be good. So I probably only need to level that like 3 times. We'll see. I think I'm good now. If I take off the shield. Okay, I'm definitely fine now. Let's put the shield back on. Did that like that? Okay, so yeah, we might need all of them. Okay, that'll be great. I don't think this one's kindled, but let's just go ahead and do that. And part of the reason I'm doing this now... Oh, maybe I needed to get the humanity after the Ceaseless Discharge. Is partially just for getting invaded by Kirk. Wait, it goes up to plus 20? I didn't even realize I screwed up. Because she's already... Yeah, she's a Firekeeper. I wasn't even thinking about that. Oops. Put on our Witch Ring. Could have already done all that stuff.
Quelana, my dear sister. Quelana, what is it?
Just to make sure we do get all of the rewards. We've already done this once before.
Oh, thank you, Quelana.
Chaos Storm.
Oh, thank you, Quelana.
Isn't that all the pyromancy that we needed? Guess not. Okay.
Goodbye, Quelana. Do be safe.
So part of the reason we're going to do that is just to get ready for the stuff with Solaire and his questline later on. So that'll like open up the secret entrance to Izalith, kind of. Let me catch up with you all. Alexander's saying, by the way, unless you state this is fact, you're just positing your theories, not claiming it for sure to be true. That's fine. But sometimes it's important to just make that explicit, which I appreciate. You think the crystal might be related to the Twinkling Dragonite Stone? Why do I keep saying Dragonite? The Twinkling Dragon Stones? They give you part of the powers of the dragon, and they both emit light. Mr. Luster, welcome back. Speculation, Seath went insane due to guilt. He did lose all his brethren. You think that affected him more than he thought, as you did what he did in anger and frustration. Yeah, that can only really be speculation. We really aren't given much of his personality. I feel like with the overall trope of him killing his brethren and just kidnapping innocents, it would just go to show that he doesn't really care about others as long as they're just stepping stones for what he needs. He probably fed the demons with big hunting rifles. The dragons being Buddhist inspired probably didn't judge physically. You'd think the guilt ate at Seath because of the intro scene being showing him like crying. That I can see what you mean with that. I think that's fair. So yeah, you might be onto something with saying that he's guilty or feels guilt. Is he praying that way? Maybe it's to it'd be to the Firekeeper, the fair lady. They might be praying towards her. But as to these ones, maybe Ceaseless Discharge, whom we can see off in the distance. Ooh, that frame rate. Think we're being accosted? Okay, no. As we look ahead, we can see a little Capra demon guarding the way into like the demon ruins. We see the fog gate leading towards Ceaseless over there. I've never actually cheesed Ceaseless. Well, I never made him fall off. It feels like the way you need to kill him as a melee is pretty cheesy already. So before we come down and kill the Ceaseless Discharge, there's this lava which kind of restricts our access into trying to go to Lost Izalith. So the entrance to Lost Izalith is essentially over there by that Capra demon, which is, the same model as the Capra demon we fought in the lower Undead Burg. And within the lava itself, we can see a bunch of Taurus demons too, like the ones we fought on the top of the wall in the Undead Burg. And as we do come into Izalith, we get more like Eastern architecture going on, so more like Javan inspired stuff, because the developers felt it was a bit more chaotic compared to the traditional castles you'd see, European style castles you'd see in the other places in the game. So I like the architecture of Lost Izalith, but the level design does leave quite a bit to be desired, unfortunately. I wonder if you can see the centipede dude now. Yeah, you can. Okay. So that's the centipede demon. Kind of hard to make out from here. Actually, I wonder if it looks like a hand. Kind of. Not exactly, but just a curious thought I had. So I wish I could kind of just like cheese going to Izalith early, like just dropping down into the ruins and stuff, but I don't think it really works. I think there's death balls and you can't really tank enough of the lava to get through. Maybe you can skip Ceaseless, I don't know. There's more reason to kill him. So despite going into like the boss arena, it doesn't start quite yet, which is fine. Let me jump. We just never really learned what Seath's relationship was with the dragons, only that he betrayed him. Professor Gomez, welcome back. He said hello to every Souls fan in the chat, especially to LP for the awesome stream. You're connected now. What are we doing today? So we finished off with killing Seath and setting up the NPC quest lines to come down to Lost Izalith to get our final Lord Soul. Holster says there is cut dialogue with her where she sounds like she gets better in health, but they removed it for some reason. It seems like they did that for all of their games. Like earlier in Bloodborne development, Annalise was going to get better by giving her like enough things to cure her, but they cut that. Same thing with the Fair Lady. Seems to be like a trend, I guess. They just can never really make it work. The dark is more guts than light. If you see what dense humanity looks like, it's the stuff that dregs of the deep. 80 says, hot take, the Fair Lady's OST and the Everlasting Dragons OST are the best of the best ones in the game. You'll take the ooh and ah over the plin plin plong. Some of my favorite atmospheric tracks come from Bloodborne. I really love the Hail to the Nightmare in Yahar'gul, as well as the kind of creepy choral effect in the Upper Cathedral Ward. He became more and more insane. He wasn't insane during the war, it happened gradually. He would have to have been cordial, given the title of Duke, which is done in person, which means he was physically with Gwyn at least. I mean, I feel like that's stretching it a bit too much, but I don't think... I don't know. I feel like that just goes a bit beyond the text, more so than I'm comfortable with. But I don't think Seath needed to be cordial to be called a Duke. He was just probably valuable to Gwyn and just kind of rewarded for it. Not to say that he wasn't cordial, I just don't think that is like a requirement. Ulster says, Dark Gems are Titanite infused with humanity, not pure humanity. You think dense humanity leads to something like Aldrich rather than crystals? Well, even in the Ringed City, in the Abyssal Swamp and like the mountains there, we do see like dark crystals in the area. And if you use Chameleon or the Witch Tree branches, you can transform into a dark crystal in addition to the humanity sprites, if I remember correctly. Actually, I wonder if you could drop down here. No, this is probably a death. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a deathfall. So as we come up to Ceaseless Discharge, he is not actually hostile. He's just kind of grieving and in both mental and physical pain. So, hey, you can see the souls down there. Or not souls, but just the items down there. Which will be a hint that you can go down there later on. Sorry guys, I can't get your coveted footlore. I'm sad boy. That was a good pan, but it doesn't show anything off. Anything worthwhile, I guess. Maybe like the little claws, tendrils coming out of his back. You feel so bad for Ceaseless Discharge. Imagine the pain. Poor Ceaseless. Really falling behind. The dark doesn't crystallize, at least. You need to deal with Ceaseless? Okay. Well, you don't have to. Well, I mean, if you could just like run through Izalith, you wouldn't necessarily need to kill Ceaseless. With the Covenant skip, at least. He will jump. You can skip Ceaseless if you have enough health to tank the lava? Okay. I kind of want to see what that's like, but whatever. Professor Gomez says, what was the inspiration for every level in Dark Souls? You're currently curious? You know Bloodborne was inspired on Victoria area, plus you visited the town where Dracula was inspired. So Bloodborne, at least Izalith, was inspired by Javan buildings, archaeology. What's the word? Not archaeology. Architecture. There we go. And the stuff in the other sections of Dark Souls were more European-based. I don't know if the facelifted off of specific things. I do know like a lot of the cathedral/church designs were taken from Notre Dame, at least for Bloodborne, and I do think some of those designs show up again in like the Dark Souls games. I was just a little bit too close to him before. Guess you can't really see his face from that angle. Okay, so this might be what we're going for. Get some footage while I look at chat. And just run to the robes, and then run into that nook, and then run right to the start? Okay. I just run to the nook and then attack his hand. Looks like Angkor Wat? Yeah, so Angkor Wat might have inspired, like, the chamber where the Bed of Chaos is held. If a game makes a point of describing somebody as insane, yet they never mention it with other characters, it usually means that being is insane. Any thoughts on the second coffin next to Nito? I don't really have anything. Like, I don't think there's enough for me to go with. It could be a wife. I do know that many people have compared Nito to Hades and other gods, so there might be more value in comparing what we get with Nito to other kinds of gods of death and mythology to get a better idea of what he's about. But at the very least, we might say he could be, like, it could be related to Finito. I mean, cordial is not insane. Oh, well, those are two different things, but I see what you're saying. You've heard the deep compared to chaos, a perversion of the dark? Maybe. You just remember that within the game logic, Aldrich is considered abyssal because he takes extra damage from Artorias' sword. Okay. That's a good point. It may come from the abyss, but it's now very different, more potent. Seath didn't have anyone who could boss him around like Gwyn could, so that probably did a number on his manners. The Age of the Deep is something Aldrich would create. It is not the natural age after fire. That's kind of how I feel about the Age of the Deep. That Aldrich would need to create it with his stuff. Alright, so as you loot this corpse over here, let's pull out our binoculars again. That will trigger the Ceaseless Discharge. Oh yeah, let's actually make this look good. As we look at this corpse over here, hold on, let me see how it's going to look zoomed in. As we look into the corpse over here and take its items, it will trigger the Ceaseless Discharge to go berserk and crazy. So that should be good enough, I guess. Not perfect, but whatever. Because it is the corpse of his sister, whom he believes is kind of watching over him, despite her being dead. That's good. Even though they're kind of bad, I do really like the fiery type effects on Ceaseless Discharge. Just like, as an overall, like, boss, it's very intimidating. It's kind of unfortunate that it just becomes a gimmick fight, I think. I guess you couldn't really do it justice if it wasn't a gimmick fight. Maybe I want to do it like this. Die on purpose? Can I quit the game here? Probably. I guess I'm not too worried about it. I'll probably just die. Not that it's a big deal. I guess it takes him a while to wind up. Oh, he just did a melee attack. Okay. So what I normally do is I'll run into this cave and then wait for him to do his melee attacks and then hit his arm as it, like, lingers down. And you guys are saying that if you just, like, run in here first and then run to the entrance, he falls to his death. I've heard that there's that cheese. I've never done it myself. So if I take another hit from him, I'll probably die. Does he just stay like this? Okay, I guess he does. So that was a different experience for me. So as Ceaseless Discharge dies, the lava can finally cool down, which does signify that the lava was essentially coming from him, which is pretty crazy. So that was it, and we picked up the black robe set, which is one of my favorite sets in the game, honestly, but not even just for like the appearances, but it has really good fire defense, good poison defense, and then the lore on it is actually really, really cool for what it says. So I'm excited to check that out. It's also been about 2.5 hours, and I got the little monster pestering me, so I'll probably need to let her take care of some business here after we look at the item. Or maybe beforehand, it'd probably be easier to do it that way. And at least we did show off like one fire blast. I'm not too worried about like its actual attacks. Just being able to talk about him will be like very brief overall, I think. Let's go in here for a second and then pull out the items. I feel like I'm blind. Okay, the gold hemmed black hood. That'll be good enough. Once he jumps over there, he just hangs out until you knock him off. Okay, I did not know that. I thought he would just like fall off the map, and I thought it was just pure cheese. You don't see how the deep would be more potent than the abyss, so also keep in mind you see the deep is simply a holy place defiled by the dark. Izalith is alive in Dark Souls 1. The Bed of Chaos still spawns demons. Izalith is ruins overrun with demons. Wouldn't count demons as Izalith. So the Witch of Izalith is the Bed of Chaos, essentially, and she is technically alive in Dark Souls 1. A twisted form of life, but life nonetheless. Bed of Chaos is still creating them. It's after destroying the Bed of Chaos that demons are done. They went to war with Gwyn, but an agreement was made. Gwyn uses demons. I don't really know if an agreement was actually made. Maybe there was an item that talked about that, and I just don't remember what it is off the top of my head. But maybe it's more fan canon. But with that thought, I'll actually go AFK for a moment to let the dog outside. And then if you guys know what item that was, just spam it in chat, and hopefully I'll see it when I come back. So just hang tight and enjoy my fails in the Be Right Back screen. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now we get shot at, if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. Spamming the R2. We said we're going to go about this normal style. It's actually going this way. And then we slide down here. And make a right? Oh, it's this one, isn't it? That we just dropped down. Okay, so I was misremembering where. So now we should be like right by the bonfire. It's like down there, yeah. See, I do kind of remember where I'm going, I just don't remember the specifics. I almost stepped off the cliff right then. Okay.
If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you.
But at the very least, with Miyazaki's interviews, I mean, I guess it doesn't, like, dispute the idea that, dragons are abyssal. But, he says, like, where'd she go? She really just killed herself. Bruh. Oh, shnikes, the third one scared the crap out of me. I got by the HUD. Alright, so now we're out of here. Now we just have to deal with all the bone wheels, which have killed me a lot. So out of the frying pan into the fire, essentially. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The goal was in sight. She's pretty OP. Yeah. Especially since melee is really garbage against the Moonlight butterfly. And she's a cat. Okay, and we're back. So I was just thinking to myself as I was letting the dog out that with the intro cinematic in Seath, it might have just been a case where instead of him being depicted as being remorseful for killing the dragons, it might be important to note that before it like pans out to his face or whatever, he's clutching the scale of the dragon and he doesn't have immortality himself. So you might be able to say that like he's probably regretting what he's done since killing all the dragons doesn't actually make him immortal anyway, but it could have also just been frustration that he went through all that trouble to get the scales and it wasn't, it was kind of useless to him. That highlight is so dumb, which one? You guess that the demons are debatable in how intelligent or organized they are, though you don't think that Izalith is being maintained by them. Sentience means knowledge of oneself in the world. You don't know how intelligent they are after that? I would disagree. Sentience is often misconstrued with sapience. So sentience is essentially, you know, just being alive, whereas sapience is being intelligent. There might be a little bit more to sentience, but it doesn't necessarily mean intelligent. And you think that the princes and kings must be intelligent? Yeah, maybe. So there is kind of a culture with the demons, and we'll probably find out a little bit more about that when we fight like the demon's fire sage shortly here. You're saying, does the lava coming from Ceaseless is a hindrance or a boon? You don't think being named king or prince is much of a way to identify a hierarchy? We do that all the time for particularly strong monsters. Though old Demon King has wizard demons nearby. You think the demons are inhuman, but they definitely have sapient members. Some are probably bestial, though. Birdie, you said you never really thought about it before, but why are the giants buried near Nito's resting place? So for whatever reason, the Japanese calls it, like, the god's tomb of sleeping giants. So They were probably servants to the gods, would be the only way that I can think about it. But as to why they're next to Nito, maybe because he offered the soul to death to bring them death? I don't know. The stuff with Nito really needed to be fleshed out, and I guess we could say that that's an intended pun, because he's a skeleton. You think the giants were the first casualties of the war, and therefore amongst Nito's first citizens? Okay, that can make sense. You see glyphs all over the Izalith and the Bed of Chaos. You mean multiple rivers run through Tartarus and it has hills, so maybe it's more of a river that makes up most of a region? Do you mean the writing made by the demons after they took over Izalith? Oh, it was written by the demons after they took over Izalith? If that's the case, you'd concede that it's good evidence that the demons are intelligent? Yeah, and demons do wield weapons, so at the very least, like, they're not just straight up beasts. Because using tools is a sign of, like, an advanced intelligence to a certain degree. YouTube really seems to be having issues on me for whatever reason. Yeah. The highlight with Rhea backing off a cliff, you've never seen that? Okay, yeah, that one's dumb. You don't think the demons have the same culture as the witch? You shouldn't just give Izalith as their accomplishments when they didn't build it. You're probably right. Demons have sages, kind of weird to have stupid sages. Okay. So this is the gold-hemmed black hood, as I was mentioning before, one of my favorite items. Worn by the witch Quelana of Izalith, mother of pyromancy and daughter of chaos. She wore this gold-helmed black hood before... Sorry, the gold-hemmed black hood before even the Age of Fire, and it offers strong resistance versus fire, poison, and other perils. So one of the reasons this is amongst my favorite items is that it sets up that cultures existed before the quote-unquote Age of Fire, just by the virtue of the Daughters of Chaos having hoods and it being hemmed, because that shows culture to some degree. So the way that I interpret it is the Age of Fire doesn't technically start until Gwyn and company overthrow the dragons. So there's a period in which the fire existed. Cultures kind of came up from the darkness based on what we know of the intro, and they probably struggled to survive until the Four Lords challenged the dragons and overthrew them. So I think it's pretty clear that once the dragons have been defeated, that's what kind of starts the Age of Fire, not only in this kind of description here, but even in the intro cinematic as well. Alright. So that being said and done, let's go get our orange ring. Let's get invaded by by Kirk. And do all the fun stuff leading into the Demon Ruins. Can the remaining daughters live with the demons? So there is the one daughter of chaos that is like right in front of the Bed of Chaos, which really makes some of what Quelana says a bit questionable, because she says he's the only one that escaped. But maybe she isn't wrong, and maybe her other sister just hollowed or something? It's unclear why she's just automatically aggressive towards the player, but what you gonna do? So now with the lava dried up, we can go encounter the Capra Demon over here. The same Capra Demon that fought us earlier. That was risky. Oh man, I'm lucky. I was able to stun it. Bad move. No such luck with him dropping the weapons, although at least we've seen the description from looking at Shiva's collection there. So since we're humanitied up, we will get invaded by Kirk, another follower of Chaos? I forget what they're called. Should happen like right about now. Around the bend. Comes in from behind. Scrub. Humanity, and he didn't drop any of a set. That's unfortunate. And then he, maybe he drops the rest of it when we go into the next area. So there's a kind of cool skip to get to the next bonfire here. So these Capra demons will attack you. They're kind of small fry. I mean, they still hit really hard. As you see, there's like this little platform down here. We can roll off, and then the centipede demon will come out. And then once we get rid of this one, this bonfire will be able to be lit. And don't remember if this one can actually be warped too. Over Proud Knights. Let's just go ahead and rest. I should have gone back up after killing Kirk. I just got distracted because I knew that was there. So this is part of the centipede demon that we just kind of killed right there. Its little tendrils are like going into the walls, and we will fight this as a boss later. Most of its AI is broken from what I hear. I hear he actually had like a ton of moves, but he only ever cycles between like 2 or 3 of them, which kind of trivializes the fight. But apparently at one point in development he would have been fought on top of the Belfry Tower, where we rung our first Bell of Awakening, and that would have maybe that's the reason why its AI is broken, because they just shuffled him about too much. So it'll be a little bit problematic later on as we continue through this like Demon Ruin section. And I don't think we can hit it right now. I think it's just like completely invulnerable. Pretty sure I've tried to shoot it with some arrows and it doesn't matter. Right. Saves me from going off anyway, so let's go back upstairs and kill the demons from behind. Okay, so 2 hits will kill it. That's really good to know. Like the golems. New game is so much easier because it's so much easier to stagger them. Obviously having like a max level weapon is pretty sweet. Alright. You remember the one still in Izalith? Can the remaining daughter live with the demons? Oh, I read that one. The daughters seem to be demons. Some of them, like Quelana, not Quelana, Quelog and the Fair Lady. They're definitely kind of demons. There might be 2 daughters next to Izalith herself during the fight, and you might need to like break them open to get to Izalith. So it is a little bit questionable sometimes. Oh, that was too far away. Jump. Pretty sure you can't backstab these dudes. But I really like their design overall. Actually, yeah. Close enough. I thought they were like bleeding for a second. I guess up close it's kind of a mess. Oh, they have 4 eyes. I don't really think that's like super crazy information. I just don't think I ever noticed. 4 red eyes. Kind of bull horns. Their bodies kind of remind me of like the embered state of Dark Souls 3. They might be more akin to fire. It's like they have branches coming out of their hands almost. me scroll back up. Tartaros is a specific part of Hades, but it's a specific region in Hades with only one river. It's also kind of in your face. You have the Fair Lady, Quelana, and Quelaag. They're all sapient and work together. Or Quelaag escaped and went to no part, but still, Quelana, I mean. For all we know, that prodigal daughter could have actually been a granddaughter. Chaos Servant Covenant. Thank you, Tim. That one is not warpable? Okay. It might not be, and I always felt like it should have been, just because it should. Oh, I can poise through that? Not that one. I lived. Hey, we got lucky, holy crap. So we've already looked at that one from Shiva, so I'm not worried about it. I guess I could have just warped back up to the Chaos Servant bonfire. At the very least, I'm just kind of covering the bases of where all we can go through, since I sort of skipped that spot. But it's mostly negligible. Oh, damn it. I looked at chat. The others are just random giant centipedes, it's a fact. Okay. Let's do that warp thing that I was talking about. If you get his tail, he drops the ring early? Okay. You cannot, it's encased in a little stone shell there. The tower feels like such a weird place for the centipede demon, like visually. Quelaag's cut dialogue seems to be her thinking that you're giving her offerings, yeah. Centipede demon has been made by ceaseless chopping the ring. He was given when he was born because the chaos wasn't stable yet, so he burned constantly in pain. He lost the ring carelessly. You know who also likes their design? Miyazaki? Sweet. The Kui and all their names is taken from Kui in Japanese. Oni is demon, so all the family has a punny demon sound in it, since the matriarch is the mother of demons. So, is that kanji that you listed pronounced that way in Chinese, like Kui, and that's why they're called, like, Quelaag? There's just, like, another way of saying like, demon? Because if so, that's kind of cool. I can appreciate the level of puns in etymology that goes into making that. Ooh, this is what I get for looking at chat. Fire is not inherent to all demons, even if spawned by the bed of chaos. The hierarchy and the first demons are related to chaos and fire. The older the demons need the chaos flame, those Taurus demons, etc. do not. They're a younger generation who do not have immunity to fire, etc. There's the bed of chaos before and after being stable. And I really do like the layout of this area. It's just kind of unfortunate that it's so bare bones. It just feels so cut and paste, especially when you like fight these giant Taurus demons. A former boss is now just relegated to the position of not even a mini boss, but just like a regular enemy. I don't think these ones respawn though. So I guess they're still mini bosses, but they're chumps. As I say that with a plus 15 Zweihander, maxed out strength, and a decent amount of dexterity. I probably don't even need to wait for them if I can just stagger them with the one hit. But their aggro range is really long, though. Aggro 2. The real Dark Souls has begun. Let's try to get the one to... It's annoying. Okay, just the mail. And then I don't believe these ones drop anything. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but so that's that. And it dropped something, go figure. It's probably because it's the last one. Hey, we get the Demon's Great Axe. Let's go pick up our item. Maybe I should have waited for getting the ring from the Centipede Demon. I forget. I know it's not completely necessary to have the ring right now. Well. Looks like I was wrong. I forgot, like, the Elite Knight set's probably not the best choice either. Well, I guess that kind of puts us where we needed to go. We lost our souls. Did I level up after the Molten Chaos? Or Ceaseless Discharge? I don't think I did. I guess I wasn't too worried about it. Let me get rid of this guy and I'll see what you guys are saying. There isn't really a layout, it's just kind of terrain. I think demon just means profane monsters are cursed by the gods. You like that those guys are normal enemies because it helps showcase how far you've come? Yeah. I do like it, but it's also just a little bit unfortunate that there's so many of them, they kind of become super trivialized. But I do like the idea that, like, the demons did escape from Izalith and set up shop up above, but it's maybe a little bit unfortunate that it wasn't built up more, I guess. That's the Hanja for the Gui and Guishin, which is a ghost in Korean. Oh, like Hui? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Like, remember the Gremlins, the movie, they're called Mogwai? The characters are like... Okay, I see what you mean. Maki. My Korean's gotten pretty bad over the years, but it used to be pretty decent. Copper and Taurus probably could have made for more fun enemies, but you don't get a layout that takes advantage of them. Yeah. They wasted this area along with 2 to 3 others that had beautiful scenery and were plot important, just like with the Profane Capital in DS3. It's like the real hidden lore that all of the fiery-based areas end up sucking when they're supposed to be like super cool and important to the lore. It's really weirdly designed. You don't know of any other area that put the boss before the most of the level. Oh. The aggro range, though. Oh, I thought he didn't get stunned. Oh, okay. We didn't take as much damage as I thought. And there's one over there. So there's going to be another chaos or a centipede. No. And so that move right there kind of really degrades the durability of your equipment if you get hit by it. I should probably repair my equipment because I think I took a little bit of a damage from it before. I think this was just like humanity or something. Souls, okay. I do like these kind of goofy looking gargoyle style demons. Honestly, they kind of remind me of that one boss in Super Metroid, if you guys are familiar. I think it's the one in Brinstar. It's like the big yellow one. It's been a long time since I've played that game. And these things also appear in the Smoldering Lake in Dark Souls 3, which really connects the area to Izalith in multiple ways. Actually, I don't remember if you could get a plunging attack on this. I wouldn't be surprised if you could. Oh, it runs away. They learned. That stagger's OP though, holy crap. I'm pretty sure there's nothing over here. And then coming up into the next room, we'll fight like the Demon Fire Sage. But there's a little bit of treasure worth grabbing before we do all that. You loved a DS remake? You never found an interest in Demon Souls? Demon Souls is exclusive for PlayStation. Demon Roods and Lost Izalith just don't really have good level design. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we got the axe. That might be worth reading. And as we come out this way, there'll be some more of the centipede dudes to fight. Carved from the bones of fellow demons, wielded by the lesser Taurus demons. This axe is imbued with no special power, but can merely beat up foes to a pulp, providing you have the strength to wield it. And so one of the interesting things about like the demon weapons is that they kind of resemble trees. So they might have been related to the arc trees at some point. And that just does kind of show there's the affinity even between demons and trees, somewhat. That's gonna hurt. Wait, okay. Holy crap, I forgot there were 4. That could have ended really poorly. Hey, we got a red Titanite chunk for one. Swift, okay, it's not aggro for whatever reason. So at the very least, let's look at this one now. We can. Okay, I don't really think there's much to say about them. Other than don't whiff your attacks. So to top it all off, I'm pretty sure this one's a mimic. No? Okay. I think I screwed up and got killed by something after picking this up before. Maybe I just ran super quickly to it, and then I forgot that the other one spawned in. That might have been it. I might have killed the first one and then just forgot about the others. So, this is an ember required for weapon ascension. Large flame ember used in ancient rites, handled only by blacksmiths knowledgeable in ancient methods. That's pretty much it. And we can give the 2 flame ones to Vamos and the chaos one as well, which we still haven't picked up. Everything here is so big and dull. You'd say the enemies here don't synergize. Demon's Great Axe has the highest damage potential in the game. You hate the colors in the Demon's Ruins in Izalith? Gives you a headache. Yeah, just a lot of brown kind of really goes for calling it like a crappy area. Which is really unfortunate because I am like a really big fan of like the Javan architecture And just like the overall theme of it, it feels like very primeval. It does feel chaotic, like Miyazaki was saying. It just doesn't really work. So before fighting the demon fire sage, we can go down to this area, and since I am a member of the Chaos Servant Covenant and have ranked up, we can actually skip this boss and run straight to the Bed of Chaos. We won't do that for now, so let's just go ahead and save out. And no, the Chaos Demon, he's not too important, I guess. I'll just get a little bit of footage, and if I die, it's whatever. You have 13 vials, we're golden. Oh, that's not my, That was kind of funny. I got bonked, man. So he actually looks a bit more standout now, and now I don't have my Estus flasks out. Did I just die? No. Okay, so you can actually see the end of that now. So I think I distracted myself with my poor playing ability. That this version of the Fire Sage is actually on fire, so I think they might have retooled some of its assets. I might just be misremembering. But as you can see, he does have some fire-style attacks. Not as much as the Asylum Demon, or is it the Stray Demon? I forget which one's at the bottom of it. You guys know which one I'm talking about. He does use the Izalith Catalyst as a gigantic weapon, which is kind of funny that we can end up using it, I suppose. So I think that should be good enough, I suppose. That's actually really cool. Okay. I've only seen that attack 1,000 times. You can even call that attack anymore. I got stuck on the tree. I got stuck on the tree. Oh, that's kind of a cool death sequence, though. Okay. The Black Knight Great Axe is the most mad Black Knight weapon, and you can't argue otherwise. Vamos is such a mystery. Big Fireboy. Stella B, welcome back. Oh no, you've been here. They're all the same attacks as the Stray Demon. So yeah, the Stray Demon uses more of those attacks despite, you know, the Fire Sage kind of having a bigger role in the lore, or having a role in the lore at all, I guess, other than just testing undead. I guess I lost my humanity, that's the big thing, but we already picked some up from Kirk, so it'll be okay. I forgot that Chaos Centipede respawns. Rip. He does get possessed by maggots. Can't argue against Great Axe being so powerful. You never was. You never were. It's a Mario butt slam. Now that you say that, these things do kind of look like Koopa Troopas. Fine. Watch that first, though. That's first step. So I do like how this one is kind of like on fire. I almost said embered up, but maybe it is. Maybe embering was a system before Dark Souls 3. How many times? Oh, stuck on the branches. Oh, I lived? Oh. I did not live. Imagine dying to the demon fire sage. That's... I think this is literally the most that the fire sages killed me. And both times it has been because of the environment. That's what I get for memeing on the boss. The curse of the strimmer. It was a good death. Imagine dying to a boss you reused 3 times? Yeah. I know that's not what you said, but... Dark Souls 1 doesn't need to imagine. That works, I guess. Sunny Delight. I thought I died because of the sound effect. I think I needed to heal once more, but it didn't double tap, which is unfortunate. That's the bad one. Okay, now we should be good. Let's fight. Away. I did that too soon, or it was too close, either way. Okay, I guess I can't just do it that way. Oh, we're dead. Oh, we lived. Okay. I thought he was doing the AoE blast. I goofed. Oh, the wind got me. That's cool. No, why did you roll that way? Oh yeah, I'm probably low because we're at that other bonfire. How much health does he have? He's actually taking a lot of hits from this Vihander. Okay. That was such a good victory screen. That was so great. Oh man. Some supreme footage right there. We pick up the Demon's Catalyst. Which, that didn't look like what he was wielding. It looked like he was actually wielding Izalith's Catalyst. Coming up into the next area, there will be like another bonfire. I think it's down this way, or maybe we need to go up. Okay, it's right here. And so from this point, we'll go and save scum for Solaire. Or no, we can go kill the centipede demon first, and then do the stuff with Solaire, if I remember correctly. Maybe I want a USB save now just to be safe, though? Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay. Why don't you just equip shield and blast happen and just two-hand after? I mean, I thought about that honestly, but I wasn't expecting to play as badly as I was, to be quite honest. Whips are actually complete garbage water. The only whip that's any good is the old whip in DS2. The song just laughed at you. You thought I was popping a humanity when you died for a sec? Oh, that the demon was? You're mad that whips always suck in the games because you love them. Castlevania's an outlier. Super Castlevania 4 for the win. Chain whip for the win. You guys say that, but there is the threaded cane. What's good, Spectrum? You're back. Welcome back. So we've got our USB save good. So now we should be able to level up. Or not. Let's actually repair our stuff, though. Now we're good. I actually have the crest shield on, or do I just have the crest one? Okay. Oh, so I had the wrong shield on. At least it's more of a cosplay run with that one. I wasn't dying to lack of stamina, though. I don't believe there's any treasure over here, so it's in the other one. Okay. So as we come into the next area, I believe we fight the centipede demon and we can encounter Solaire again. Or is it that we encounter Solaire first? Maybe we can summon Solaire for the centipede demon? I've never done that. Maybe he... I think you can, though. So that was a centipede demon on the wall we saw earlier. For whatever reason, it gets angry that we come down here. Or it just embers up again. It's a rock lobster. Soulsborne series is the true Castlevania successor. It has the same spirit. Welcome back, Indorf Show. Oh yeah, I should probably... Boom. That's cool. He kind of reminds me of like Venom or Carnage. Oh, two-shot me. That's cool. Died. I think I'll just use Humanity just to see if he can summon, because I don't remember. I didn't mean to do it like that. Stella was so mad that the cool Shedra and Bayonetta wasn't as awesome as it looks. Has its uses, but its damage output isn't great. So you can summon Solaire? Okay. I thought so. Yeah, and like Centipede Demon is another cool boss if you don't look at its moveset or the complete lack of lore building into it. It just No, you moved down here. Let's battle. You looked at me funny. It's like a Pokemon Scolipede. Confirmed. Solaire. The sun. Let's go fight our demon. You can in fact summon him. The Fire Whip in DS3, forget the name of it, is actually pretty decent even in PvP. You want the Devil May Cry team to make a Castlevania game? Yeah, Castlevania does deserve like another game. Dwarfs show once did a whip only playthrough of Scholar. The first thing that durability bug was real bad for a whip only run. You believe he has a lava resistance ring you get from the boss? That's cool. Centipede Demon has lore? Not really. That's kind of my point. So if you ignore pretty much everything about him except for how he looks. He's a cool boss. Solaire with the pro dodge moves. I don't think I'm fast enough to like hit his arm. Maybe if he targets Solaire. He's totally not though. I'm closer. I think I need to get onto the wall for that way. This is typically what I do. Oh, well, he's hitting my buddy. My brother. So to make this fight bearable, you need the item that you get from the boss. It's just really slow up until you get to the point where you can actually like attack the damn thing. Holy shit, was that it? He has a grab. It's unfortunate that this damn thing's on top of it now. Oh, he doesn't have the thing to make it work. Where did he go? Will it grab me again? Will Solaire kill it? Find out on next week of Dark Souls Re. Damn, the soundtrack kind of goes hard though. A little bit there. Never realized that it's like got a split open belly. Gonna grab me? That'd be cool. Okay, that's kind of what I wanted. Oh, he has more attacks. He has more attacks, guys. So that's cool. Oh, that kind of works. I'm fine with it. Humanity and the Homeward Bone. Unfortunate that our buddy Solaire took one for the team. I think there's another bonfire like right ahead. So let's go ahead and check out that ring that monster gave us. Forgot to put Havel's ring back on, so I've been using the witch ring this entire time. Or this ring of steel protection, I forgot. Or do we just pick up the orange one? Okay, there it is. Orange charred ring. Zoom in. I guess you really can't see the bottom. I didn't expect to see like anything crazy, but just kind of curious. Alright. So, orange charred ring. An orange ring enchanted by a witch. Reduces lava damage. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, his witch sisters gave him this special ring. But fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot, a terrible centipede demon was born. So that's the deep centipede demon lore, that it's essentially a product of this ring, which is kind of weird to consider, but there's probably more of like ceaseless discharge attached to it. And so that's why the ceaseless discharge was kind of in so much pain and in suffering, because he lost the item that his kind sisters gave to him to make him feel better. I think Solaire just pops up at this bonfire. Yeah, so he's already here, despite him just literally dying moments earlier. So I'm gonna light the bonfire, and then save out before talking to him. And so worst case scenario, we can just reload after the what's it called? The Fire Sage, to do the two portions of Solaire's quest. Saving him and letting him get got, I guess. So we're gonna let him get got first because that's the easiest one. Undo. Because if you save him, we can summon him in for the Gwyn fight, which will be kind of nice. Shield's quite useful for the boss. He does have some lore. Like you said, the ring is what made the centipede demon. Ceaseless dropped it. Yeah. There's an easy area to the right that makes the boss easier. Okay, the Dark Souls rule, all the worst bosses have the best songs. They have to make up for them somehow. Almost seemed like it'd go forever. The grab can deal 0 damage if you spam all the buttons. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, it's really a lesser known mechanic, but for pretty much all of the grabs in the Soulsborne games, if you mash your buttons, you can escape from them sooner. Elder forgot about that crazy dude. Stella says, Ceaseless is the reason why you question if Izalith actually birthed your children normal, or she created them with magic somehow. Because how? So the way that it works for me is with Izalith doing her crazy ritual to try to create a new first flame, it probably just caught people in the vicinity and transformed them in accordance with the twisted nature of the Chaos Flame. Or the Ceaseless Discharge could have been considered a product of the Bed of Chaos as opposed to Izalith when she was in a more like humanoid form. And before I forget, let's go ahead and read the catalyst which we got from the Fire Sage, because I totally forgot, despite like hyping it up. So the Demon's Catalyst, this will be a pretty cool item. Demon Catalyst formed from Izalith's molten rock. Can be used as fire weapon. The Demon Fire Sage was the first demon and the last master of the original fire arts before the Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, creating Pyromancy. So there's kind of a lot to unpack from this, because what I said with the Ceaseless Discharge potentially coming from the Bed of Chaos, that might be contradicted from this description right here, since the Demon Fire Sage was the first demon. But maybe you could argue that Ceaseless Discharge might not technically be a demon. I don't know. I think that gets a bit messy, so I would just kind of discard it. So that's why I tend to believe that the Ceaseless Discharge was kind of caught in the crosshairs, or the crossfire of the Chaos Flame. And when it calls this the original fire arts, that's kind of a cool thing to separate it from Pyromancy. The Japanese uses the term flame sorcery, or at least it uses the same term that goes on to be called the flame sorceries of Dark Souls 3. So it is a little bit consistent. And so fire arts, flame sorcery, I feel like that's kind of not too big of a deal, since that idea gets across a bit more strongly in Dark Souls 3. But there is a difference between those kind of flame sorceries and pyromancy, which is kind of worth examining. And it is interesting that this item does specifically state that pyromancy is created from the bed of chaos, which is really troublesome to really understand what that kind of means. So maybe the bed of chaos is able to warp all the flames now that it's been created. For a while I was wondering if pyromancy was more related to the curse, but then again, I guess if we look at the curse as being life itself, it could still work. But I do realize that gets a bit abstract and really messy, and it's not really like how I like to interact with the lore in a lot of ways. So I might just need to discard the idea of like pyromancy explicitly being linked to the curses, just because of how it's written in Japanese. But maybe it still is. Who really knows? He was born before the chaos bed was stable, which sounds stupid, but it is what it is. I mean, it kind of makes sense. And as we see, like, chaos become more stable in 3, it kind of dies off, and it might end up becoming the profaned flame, which is kind of cool. But for what it's worth, like, fire does need fuel to burn, and so an unstable flame would probably end up dying faster than the normal ones, I guess. But it's kind of interesting that it would take so much longer for it to become stabilized than the fire of the first flame, that it would have taken so many cycles of inheriting the fire to finally let the chaos flame disappear and just kind of stabilize into perhaps the profane flame, which is you know, never ending or whatever, like never fading, might be what they call it. Huster, welcome in. It's always nice having you. We probably aren't going to play too much longer, but always glad to have you. It feels like the centipede was born from his sorrow and the loss of hope for dropping the only balm for his pain. So yeah, he also thought that his sisters were looking over him. I think that's what was stated in the gold-hemmed hood. Oh, maybe the hood's unique. Let's double check the robe, wherever that is. Okay, the gold-hemmed black cloak. No, okay, so it's pretty much the same. Okay, so it's definitely the ring. His witch sisters gave him the special ring, but fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot, a terrible centipede demon was born. His sores were inflamed by the lava from birth. Oh, so yeah, it does say from birth. Interesting. I want to double check that sometime. Okay, so with all that out of the way, let's talk to our boy Solaire before he goes crazy and gets got. Trying to get the footage angle just right. Actually, let's go straight across from him. Okay, I think that should be good.
Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it. Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it. Why?
So Solaire is obviously starting to become dejected from not being able to find his gloriously incandescent sun, which might be like his path to the first flame. And if we don't kill the sunlight maggot later on, it will attach to him in a parasitic fashion and cause him to kind of go crazy and think that the light provided from the maggot is like the light of the sun itself, which is obviously not true. Modern Day James, welcome into the stream. You said hello there. You just wanted to say hi and that you just started watching the channel obsessively. Thanks for the great content. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that comment. And hope you will stick around for future streams. Mr. Luster says, actually, you just remembered that some catalysts in this game are frustratingly worse than the default you're given as a sorcerer, or even the one that you can get. You're so dumb. Sometimes that happens. In fact, there's only 3 better catalysts. Q-Star asks, how's the stream going? It's going pretty well. We're making a lot of good progress today, showing off bosses dying in unfortunately hilarious ways. You know, par for the course. But thank you for asking. Born Flame Mooncalf.
What?
Alright. You guys know the drill. We just saved.
If a stubborn beast you be, I have no choice. A warrior of the sun will not just sit and take it. Hurrah!
That's cool. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't have death dialogue, but it's probably good because he killed me fairly quickly. He did a surprising amount of damage, actually. He got better as an actor in Bloodborne. Is Alfred.
Why? Why? If a stubborn beast you be, I have no choice. A warrior of the sun will not just sit and take it. Hurrah!
Sunlight Spear, that's kind of cool to see him use. Is that his catalyst? No, that's his sword. So yeah, as we see, even though that Solaire was kind of dejected, he's definitely not out of the... What? What? I kicked him and he turned on fire? I'm so confused. Maybe he stepped on lava. That'd be the only thing that would make sense to me. Oh, I didn't even save with the other one. It'll be really quick to get there. And we'll reload it anyway, because obviously don't want to kill Solaire yet. Just going to see what he says if we kill him, just to get that footage. He is Valter. Yeah, no, he's definitely Valter. That was lava, you idiot. It didn't seem like there was a lava spot. Maybe he stepped over it. I wasn't looking at the ground. Oh, the orange charred ring does that? That's cool. Mr. Lolster's the idiot. It makes sense. If you kick him with the ring on, you create fire at your foot. Okay. I did not know about that mechanic at all. That's cool. Get this out of the way. Solaire is definitely strong. Patches is right. He is a strong idiot. I'm about to die again. This jerk with a shield. Okay, now we should be good. Got the attacks.
Why, you? How could this... My son...
Pick up some humanity, and then his set, which we've already looked at before. Oh, we get his full armor this time around. Okay, that's interesting. So, wait, no, I think we got it before, because I think I talked about it. Yeah, okay, yeah, he definitely drops all of his equipment before. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that. So, he talks about his son, so that does kind of reconfirm what he's looking for down here for some reason, because, you know, the sun's at the center of the earth. I don't know. And so now that we do have that ring, we might just go back up to the Chaos Servant Covenant and loot that area. Maybe not. It's kind of annoying. We could always do it later once we clear out Izalith, because warping in and out is annoying. Oh wait, no, I think you can warp to the one behind the Fire Sage, so maybe it's not that big a deal.
Why? After all this...
Okay, we've talked to him. Let's warp to... Wow, there really isn't a warp over here, so I guess you need to go in further. That's kind of garbage. So this first portion of Izalith is also garbage. Izalith is much, much better if you go into the area through the Covenant shortcut, because you need to like go through all these trees and crap. There's like a little bit of random treasure. I don't remember if anything's actually good, and I don't think there's even anything over there. So falling off, you still take damage even with the ring on, but it is minuscule in comparison. As you guys saw me die in like not even a full second probably when I goofed at the upper portion before getting the ring. Solaire's brain is probably scrambled eggs. You're hungry? Soul of a Brave Warrior. And speaking of the area just being ass in general, we've got a bunch of dragon butts, T-Rex butts just chilling around. And they can stomp and just do kinds of ridiculous amounts of damage. So, I mean, honestly, the area might have been better if these things weren't even here. They just take a ridiculous amount of hits to kill, because they have a lot of HP, and they deal a ridiculous amount of damage. So this is where Izalith really begins to suck quite a bit. Because they're just copied and pasted everywhere. There's like no real rationale for why this one's in this spot, that one's in that spot, and there's just so many of them. So it's like one of the cases where more is too much, whereas less probably would have been more here. Wow, you couldn't go up that way. Pretty sure this is not a mimic. Chains backwards, okay. Soul of a great hero, so not that big of a deal. And so I think the next one has a bonfire, but going towards that way, you do get the aggro dragon feet. I guess I am being a little bit too negative. I guess one could make you the argument that with Izalith weaving her firestorms against the dragons, it could make sense why there's so many dead dragon butts over here. I almost died because I got the chest. As you can see, like, this isn't the most quality design. And these can be killed, it's just not really worth the effort. So yeah, it could be cool to consider that these are all the remnants of the war against the dragons. But we're not really given that. Need that one to lose aggro. I think the bonfire might be in this building right now. I think this one might have like the fake wall. Might be misremembering though. Twin humanities. Alright. Tiny Boots, welcome back. Hi everyone, hope you're all having fun, thank you. Bunch of dragon buttholes, you have no eggs. Also, why in the name of the Lord are the dragon rear ends in Izalith? Yeah, we don't really know. I think the only way that I can make it somewhat satisfactory to me would be to say that, like, they're the remnants of the war against the dragons. Because we do see her fight a lot of them, I guess, in the intro, but not a lot that can be said. Other than that, I think. Holy crap, he can walk up the damn thing? I had no idea. Talk about jank. So we just picked up, what, like more souls, I think that was? This one we need to hit? I think we need to hit it from the other side. Nope, it's this one. Okay. And I'm pretty confident we can warp to this bonfire. I shouldn't have rested. I should have just gotten killed to spawn. No, I wouldn't have spawned next to Solaire. Wait, no, we can't warp to this one? Still human though, right? I didn't die. So that's good, at least for getting invaded by Kirk and all that. Die trust, but try thrust. Will says that's an extremely generous interpretation. I agree. I mean, other than that, what can you say? They're just dragon butts. Maybe the lore is this area's ass. That's the only thing I can come up with. Maybe we can't show it off on this one. So the way forward is to not piss off the dragon butts. Is to like run up the trees into Lost Izalith itself. I guess we could run through the Sunlight Maggot area and just not kill the bad one. It doesn't really matter. So we go through that way, essentially, up the tree roots into Lost Izalith. So I should probably kindle up this bonfire. I'm already human. No humanity though. We don't really need too much more at this point in the game since we've already joined that covenant. You don't think the war against dragons happened near Izalith? Yeah, I don't think so either. That's just the only way that I could try to make sense of that, because how else would it work? Beware of overwhelming butthole. And to be fair, I only thought of that like 30 seconds ago. It's not something I deeply believe in at all. So I'm not going to go get the treasures behind us just now because I'm already human. So I'll just try to go into Lost Izalith to get invaded by Kirk. So to even get into the area, you need to take a little bit of fire damage. It's not the end of the world, it just adds to the annoyance, especially if you don't know about the Chaos Daughter entrance. So you just kind of avoid all this crap. So that's the Chaos Daughter entrance right over there. There's like this little bridge that can be taken to get right into Lost Izalith without going through the butthole area. And so this next portion of the map isn't as bad. It's not fantastic either. Where's our stuff? Why don't we use this one or this one? Probably this, just because of the sorceress or the witch. Okay. And I don't remember exactly where Kirk invades at. Yeah, they're not all enemies. So we get a bunch of more of the like pseudo gargoyle things. I wonder if these technically like count as demons or something. And whether or not they're a product of Izalith or they existed beforehand. I mean, because of their tails, I would kind of assume that they're demons, but I don't think they were humans at one point, for what it's worth. And so while this isn't the most thrilling because I hit really hard, I mean, this area doesn't bother me as much as the butt area. So he might spawn up there, and up ahead we get like a random chaos demon, I guess, technically. They look kind of goofy for what they are, though. So they just got like a bunch of suckers and feelers, and a bunch of eyes on the outside, and a bunch of like teeth on the inside. And we'll be able to show those off near Siegmeyer. Oh, I just realized trying to do his quest would interfere. Maybe I won't show off like the failure conditions because of the Solaire stuff. I don't know. We could go back to see if Solaire left, and that would kind of confirm some things, I suppose, as to whether or not you need to kill the Bed of Chaos for Solaire to get sucked. No, I think you can see him go get sucked now. So these things look way scarier than they actually are. And then I think as we go in, we'll get invaded by Kirk. And there is going to be a Chaos Witch up ahead as well. I think you can see the Chaos Witch, yeah. That's the Chaos Witch, one of the daughters of the Witch of Izalith. And she uses a lot of Pyromancy, obviously. So she can actually, maybe not one-shot me, but her spells aren't a joke, because they have a large AoE covering. So she's like Xanthus King Jeremiah, but more aggro from the get-go. Tinybeat says, those undead dragon butts are truly undead in the sense that they can't eat or drink, they just exist. They are the closest thing to an everlasting dragon there is. This area is kind of unfinished, so here's a butt joke. I mean, it doesn't help that they literally put butts around the unfinished area. If it wasn't for all the dragon butts, I probably wouldn't have made that joke. We see both Izalith and the Ash Lake from Nita's spot. Ash Lake lines up with the intro where Izalith and her daughters fight the dragons. And yeah, so Izalith is kind of like the lowest point, maybe other than the Ash Lake. It's hard to say which is lower. They might be in the same area. AG says those things are so weird. Plip plop, splish splash, splish splash. Okay. I think we're fine if we go to the right. I don't think she aggroes immediately. So Kirk comes in over here. There's some treasure over there. Bunch of gargoyle dudes. I think I screwed up. Yeah, I screwed up. Actually, I was wondering if that would help. Because I don't want to just run away, like run back up there. Okay, so I might need to just like parkour run it. Not like that. Okay, I'm not going to try that anymore. It seems like crapshoot. Just go back. The sad thing is I'm gonna ultimately undo all this stuff anyway. Let's just go see what it is from this angle. Go away. Soul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there isn't anything too great in Izalith either until you do the stuff with Siegmeyer. Okay. That's ultimately nothing. Try to remember that for next time. know, maybe Kirk spawns in by the daughter after all. It must. Alright, so let's get rid of these things and then hopefully not get one shot by her. Up ahead there's a Titanite demon, and that leads to potentially Solaire, so I might go there before doing the stuff with Siegmeyer. Because the stuff with Siegmeyer involves like this floor falling out from under us over there. And you can avoid it, but it's really easy to fall into the trap. It's a shame you can't vault onto over ledges like you could in Demon Souls. Ash Lake's lower than Izalith. The Great Hollow starts at Izalith's top level. Okay. Your favorite player message in Dark Souls was in Harvest Valley, or Demon Souls, was in Harvest Valley, where there's a skeleton leaning on a wall with its head pressed against it. The message said, "Listen close, skeleton. By the way, horse." You don't know why, but horse is funny. Okay. So I don't know if they'll attack me in tandem. Oh, we've got our flame ring on. Okay, this is as prepared as we'll be, I suppose. Damn it, Kirk, you've never learned. Okay, that was a lot more manageable than I was anticipating. I mean, it could go sideways, but I just let them do their things. So let's pick up the Kirk stuff. Barbed straight sword, sweet. And then the daughter, chaos. Let's go this way. The Izalith Catalyst. That's a pretty good advantage for that, I think. So check out the straight sword and then the Izalith Catalyst. The choice weapon of the infamous Dark Wraith Kirk, also known as the Knight of Thorns for the gnarly spikes on his favorite weapon. This frightful sword deals only thrust attacks and causes heavy bleeding. Actually, let me look at the Japanese for this, because it's kind of strange that the item itself calls it Dark Wraith. It might be right. I just don't like it if it means that the descriptions can lie to us for various reasons. I wouldn't be surprised if it says that said to be a Dark Wraith. Let's double check. No, he's just straight up called a Dark Wraith. That's interesting and really annoying, actually. Alright, so let's double check the catalyst. So Izalith Catalyst, Catalyst of the Witch of Izalith of long ago, when her daughters were still flame witches, before they were engulfed by the Chaos Flame. Before the birth of Pyromancy, their wands were mediums for sorcery, but knowledge of this flame sorcery has long since vanished. So this kind of does reestablish that flame sorceries were a thing before Pyromancy, and that term does get reused in Dark Souls 3. So between the Izalith Catalyst and the Demon Catalyst, there is the kind of similar magic being used between them, But for whatever reason, they just ended up calling this fire arts instead of flame sorceries. So... I don't remember. Is this purely just for what's it called? For sorceries, or does this not actually work with pyromancy? Wait, we saw the daughter use pyromancy, so maybe she was just two-handing it? Like with the pyromancer's flame in the one hand and then the catalyst in the other? Now I kind of feel bad for killing her. I guess we'll have the other opportunities to see her after the Solaire stuff. Oh, speaking of which, I should have fought Solaire now if he appears there. And if he doesn't, that would give me reason to be able to save again. And then do all the stuff with Siegmeyer. Okay, so let's go see Solaire. And then I might end it there and just start with Siegmeyer coming into the next stream. Siegmeyer in the Bed of Chaos. Especially if it would mean that I would reload the area. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I'll make it work that way. So hopefully we don't get got by this Titanite demon. I almost said it backwards again. Kill Solaire, well, kill Solaire now and reload and do the rest. Makes sense. There are billions of messages that ended with "by the way, horse," and somehow it got more funny. Infamous, so it is a story that's told about Kirk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't say, like, he does. It is called infamous, even in the Japanese, but it isn't said as hearsay. It says that he is the infamous Dark Wraith. So I guess you can headcanon it into meaning. Oh, rolled too soon. Into meaning that. Damn it. It isn't necessarily a fact because it's infamous. But I don't like to read it that way for a few reasons. I think I should be able to stun it. Okay. I'm gonna swing. Knock me off, bro. Hey, we did it. Okay. Sounds kind of annoying to deal with. Hey, we got the catch pull. Oh yeah, because that's the last one. And the Demon Titanite. So let's check out our pull. Sounds wrong, but whatever. Weapon of the Titanite Demon, a faceless stone monster born from Titanite slab. One of the enchanted weapons, perhaps from residual power of the Titanite slab. Known for its leaping attack which comes smashing down on foes from above. So before I forget, let's show off the Izalith Catalyst, because it looks different than the Demon's one. And it looks kind of more like what the Demon was actually holding during his fight. And we can also kind of see these catalysts used in the intro trailer. With the two Chaos Witches holding it. Okay, let's get rid of that in case Solaire does end up over here. There was also visions of Fatty, therefore try jogging in front of a mirror in Dark Souls 2. That one's actually really good. You think the War of the Dragons happened over a wide swath of the universe? Izalith works as a spot as well as others. Yeah, I mean, the War against the Dragons probably took place in many locations. So, it's unfortunate that we don't get, like, dragon soul or dragon bones in the Ash Lake. In Bloodborne, you saw treat women with care. Yeah, treat women with care is pretty common. Damn lucky with that pull. No, so I think it was Tim mentioned on one of the earlier streams that when you kill the more unique enemies, the last one that you fight will drop their unique item. Okay, so I think we do have Solaire over there because he's glowing. No, that's the crystal lizard. Okay, never mind. I forgot that one spawns over there. And then Solaire might be further ahead. Hopefully my greed doesn't get me got. Okay, no, there's our boy. Feels bad, man. So you can see that he's surrounded by sunlight maggots, and for whatever reason from this distance he doesn't have like a light on his head. So he has been corrupted by the parasite there. And he's automatically hostile.
Finally, I have found it. I have. My very own son. I am the son. I've done it. I have. Yes, I did it. I did. Oh. Oh.
That dialogue, though. I want to drink, but I don't want to get got. Ooh, I thought I was dead. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm gonna roll into him. I'm gonna roll into him. It's always the binoculars. Whoops. Oh well, at least we got him to say his full dialogue, which is exactly what I wanted before we died. Let's go get him got. And as he does reveal there, he does think that the sunlight maggot provides the sun for him. As to why he attacks us, it's really weird. It could just be like that might be how the sunlight maggot gets its sustenance. And so a lot of people like to conjecture, since the sunlight maggots kind of look like the sandworm of Karthus, and Solaire does have like the lightning spear magic that the worm drops in Dark Souls 3 for whatever reason, that Solaire ends up becoming the sandworm. I'm not the biggest fan of that theory, but I don't know, it's kind of funny enough where I can see it working to a degree. It's just like the man asleep. Prepare to or prepare to I can't read. Honk. Night night chunk. Alright, so I think I'll just try to run past the... Wait, this isn't the right way. I think I'll try to run past the demon and then go get Solaire, although I might get shot in the back with lightning, which will be really annoying, but I think I should be able to live. Kirk just likes helping the ladies by doing some murder. Sound tactic, creep out your enemy by having an orgasm by fighting them. Don't even think about it, fatty. Right in front of a gap you can't fit in. Siegmeyer in the Bed of Chaos is a great movie. Oh, he's facing me? Why is it facing me? Oh, maybe it always faces this way. Yeah, maybe you just come in from behind it. In the other ways. Zag. Remember, folks, if you don't look at the enemies, they stop existing. And I'm kind of not even joking about that. Oh, there's a shot lightning. Let's get rid of this. I wonder if he'll say it all again.
It's over. My sun. It's setting. It's dark. So dark.
And that's what happens to the sun, bro. Did he drop the maggot? I don't think he did, actually. Let me look at my inventory in a second here. Sunlight metal. Oh, okay, so that one has the maggot. Okay, so he doesn't drop one. Which is kind of unfortunate, because I feel like that would have been cool if you got it from him, because you could have linked the one specific maggot to him. So let's check out our loot. Although some parasite that inhabits lost Izalith, it is completely immobile, yet still lives. When worn on the head, it emanates blinding light, which is why it is known as a sunlight maggot. So actually, let's equip it just to show that off. As we do wear it, we do get this kind of incandescent sun-like figure appear above our heads. It does illuminate our surroundings. So this is kind of invaluable if you're trying to go through Nito's domain without having the lantern to begin with. And since we are part of this Chaos Covenant, we can open this gate, which will lead back towards like the Demon Fire Sage and the Demon Ruins. So that's all I wanted to show off with that. Let's go trigger Siegmeyer and then get him killed. And then we'll be good to reload the game for the next stream. The irony of a headless demon facing you, lol, zigzag. Is at least clear that death is dark? Yeah. Or it could also just be because we've taken away his perceived source of light. I guess that can be argued either way. Is a demon following me or something? What is that? Oh, wait. It's its tail. Oh, it's its tail. It just looked too circular and was confusing me. So yeah, I forgot the demon does normally face this way. Digging. We're zagging. Okay, that was weird. There's the lightning. Swing twice. Good. I guess I could just reload now, because I did save it right before Solaire. So yeah, maybe I just wasted a little bit of time. Yeah, okay. I'll probably just end it here to leave the stuff with not Solaire, but Siegmeyer fresh for the next stream. Now that I think about it, it makes more sense. Praise the rip. Emlyn says he seems to refer to that with his sunsetting remark, but then he starts talking about death and says it's dark. Okay. So once again, everybody, thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. Leaving comments or just lurking. It's always welcome. We will go live again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My vaccine shot hasn't really seemed to bother me at all, so we should definitely be good for tomorrow, hopefully. So until the next time, stay safe and take care.